Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. Test. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. Hi, this is Tyner Little. Oh, I'm doing okay. Hey, is there? I texted Nick, and Nick is not here, but that could bring. I appreciate it. 2 flathead screwdrivers, Commissioner's Court. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. Testing 1, 2, 3. 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 Testing. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing, one, two, three. Testing. 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 One, two, three. Testing. One, two, three. Testing.
Screwdrivers?
Yeah, right here. Get down. Need to tighten this up because the mic is so heavy. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Just this one here?
There's two of them. Just need to tighten that up. Oh yeah, that's good and tight. Yeah, that's gonna keep it from sagging. Oh yeah. Testing, one, two, three. Right here. Oh, you got that tight. Shit. This one, it just, I need to tighten it up a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, try it right there. I think I tightened that one too much.
Yeah, that's good.
That's good right there?
Yeah, good. Testing, one, two, three. Man, I was trying to do it with the paper clips and I couldn't.
Now you know what you can use? 2 dimes.
Yeah, I don't even have any change.
Per credit card, huh? All right.
Thank you very much, I
No
appreciate it.
problem, sir. We'll see you. Have a nice day.
You too. Testing, one, two, three. Testing, one, two, three. Hey, Dale. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Thank you, Tanner.
Hey, Ernest.
I'm here, bro.
Okay, I can hear you.
All right. Another challenging day.
Good morning, good morning.
Can you hear me okay, Ernest?
Yes, sir, I can hear you great.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I'm gonna kill the output.
I mean, I can do that, a $2 increase spread over
Ernest, can you talk again? I want to see whether or not I can hear you.
mortgage or whatever, and you're not gonna feel it that much.
I cannot hear you, so I did the right thing.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, okay.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. Oh, okay. That's fine. But what are we gonna do tomorrow? Cause this isn't this the county attorney's mic? Well, we got that one, okay, okay. Okay.
What's your favorite color, red or blue?
I prefer red for Ray Texans, but, and for Robstown. So you said the judge is in?
The judge is in. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
I don't know what their proposed is this year, but has historically been the lowest Gulf Coast county.
Once in a while when Nelly brings in stuff in for on rates and values, we're always, top 25, we're always like 24. comptroller and the tax code is so complicated, hard to explain.
And the effective tax rate,
No new
I have to
revenue.
refresh every year to get it. It's hard.
Yeah.
Confusing.
I've gotten used to explaining. Yes.
But we hear it once a year.
Anytime that I tell them that I work at the auditor's office, they said, oh, don't audit me. And I go, we don't audit, we don't audit residents. I go, I actually help calculate the tax rate. I work on budget, I help calculate the tax rate. Oh, and as soon as you say I help calculate the tax rate, then that starts. And so then I explain it to them and they go, wow, I never realized. And I go,
I think it's about education.
Yes.
I really do.
I asked a neighbor with
Is that
this
you
one,
on a
I said,
number
"You're
ending
like,
in three
why are you
hundred?
raising my taxes? We're not.
Okay.
It's your raise your value, you have nothing to do with that.
And we're not the
Okay,
ones
thank
that
you.
do the value, they just automatically hear the.
it's not, and they're, they
Everybody
think
thinks
that it's a county
yeah.
entity.
And
Actually pay
because
the,
they pay the Nueces tax assessor, they think it's all ours.
Yeah, we can blame that on Ronnie Canals.
It's always a hard thing to do, saying, okay,
this year,
all right.
sir?
according to the tax
This
law, we
year was
are
something
raising
else.
taxes, but we're lowering our tax rate.
Yes.
So it's hard to explain,
I
we're lowering your
undoubtedly
tax rate,
found,
but we're increasing taxes.
because I kept going, your rates are wrong. And so then I proved that they were duplicating the amount in 2 different lines. And so I proved that to them. And I go, let's just step back. The no new revenue rate, up, your no new revenue rate goes down because it generates no new revenue. The way that your numbers are calculating, the appraisal went up and your no new revenue went up. There's something wrong. You have to have something wrong. I go, it's because you're
Here last year, the new property rate.
But no, and I spent days arguing with them, and finally they got their CPA. He said, Ronnie told me I'm the CPA, I'm not supposed to be working on this, but I'm doing a favor for Ronnie.
But
And
I don't think
so
we have to deal with
explained
it.
to him, and he goes, I agree with you.
I mean, I think we'll have to deal with it separately.
This is wrong.
Yeah.
He goes, let me see what I can do, and I mean, I spent days on the phone.
Yeah.
And then sure enough, there was a problem with their regular software. And so they notified the software company, and then undoubtedly it was a problem with everybody.
It's
So I found like 3 different problems on it.
I was gonna send. Tyler, what did I send you on evictions yesterday? I sent you something, right? What was it? I thought I'm gonna tell Jag about it.
I checked the email this morning, I don't know.
Something on evictions that came out. What was it? I don't know, so much in my brain. Was overload. No, it wasn't like that. It was something else. I'm just looking, Tyler. As I said, I want to send it to you.
glad you're back in here, George.
Thank you. I feel so strange, like having not been here.
So you spent your birthday in quarantine.
Maybe it was from Jim Allison. Oh, yeah, it was terrible. I mean, not terrible, but it was just, my
Yeah.
mom sent lunch yesterday for Tyner and me. And I got up here and there was nobody here. It was so quiet.
That was so sweet of her.
It was. And
What'd you get?
Parker's baby, and Margaret's baby too.
That
But
was
anyway.
thoughtful. Thank you.
So there's extra enchiladas in the refrigerator today, okay? So let's get started, I guess. I'm gonna double check, I have no screen on, but that's the way you want it, right?
No, Margaret's working on it.
Oh, we'll hold it,
Mine wasn't on yesterday.
okay.
I don't have my.
Dale's mic's good.
Testing,
I'll test mine too. Test, oh yeah, that's good.
testing.
Real good.
Okay, Commissioner, you got yours?
I don't know where the monitor is.
Well,
Do I need to call IT?
No, it's in Margaret, she's looking at it.
okay, just hang on, as they say. Are the public on, Tyner? Do you wanna tell them that we'll be on shortly? Tell Commissioner Chesney what's going on. Tell him we'll be on shortly.
Yes, there's a- Okay, we're about to get started. We have Commissioner Chesney on.
Yes.
And we have Ernest Garza on. The rest of the court is present. And we do have Johnny Hip on.
Okay, great. Hey, Johnny.
And I don't see any other person that may have public comment, but if you'll call the meeting to order,
Oh, this is old.
I think Margaret signed up for public comment.
Okay. But we are waiting on the monitors, right? Okay, I'm gonna run to my office to get another charger then, as long as, I'm looking for an iPad charger, so let me go do that. Could you? That'd be great. iPad charger should be on my desk.
Oh, is this Connie?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Hey, the commissioner's monitors are not working this morning.
I kinda think we need them,
Okay,
right, guys?
let me contact Sean, he knows how to fix that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Uh-huh. Bye.
Bye.
And Dale, just so we know, I think I've printed everything new, but just so we're ready, you sent over last night new P-TAP, calculations. Did everybody get those? And everybody's, okay, just wanna make sure.
Judge, I don't mean to be picky, but I just think IT should have this stuff up and running when we get in here.
I agree.
And this is
They need to do a double check.
They really do.
Tyner, I think it's a good idea.
Right before the.
Well, we actually,
We did it?
we actually have a plan to move somebody into my office to do just that.
Because every meeting, we're waiting 10 or 15 minutes because it's not ready to go.
Right, and it's not us, it's the people that expect us to be online right now, and then they say, oh, they're not having a meeting, or
It doesn't look good.
it doesn't look good. I agree.
They're late again.
Oh, wow, it was lower, the 136.
Yeah, but that was last year's too, right?
Yeah, 140, I'm sorry, I meant, 136 was last year. Judge, I didn't see one. Okay, Margaret,
Got nothing.
maybe I stole it from.
You can use mine.
Can I, John? You got plenty?
I have enough.
I'm on 16. Once
Oh,
I
yeah,
get to,
no,
once
you-
I get to 50.
I have more than you.
Yeah, once I get to 50, I'll be good.
Hello?
Put this on my left side here.
What do you need, Judge?
Yes.
Paul may have
One of these?
One of the iPads.
I might have left it on the 5th floor yesterday.
I'll kill the output until we start.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, perfect, thank you.
It's going to get
Oh, I
cold.
got this. Oh, yeah, I got it.
Thank you.
To the rescue.
I have one.
It happened before one time.
Apparently there's a plug now. Oh, okay, I see a plug.
Okay. So, One, two, swap. That's fine.
And those monitors were working.
He can't because it's uniquely ours. Is that? No, I'm asking, why can't he do it? Robert. Hey, I just wanted to tell you that our monitors are still not on. We're doing good. Our monitors are not on. That's why we're not on. I didn't know if you were watching her. Okay, we're working on it right now. And, the city council meeting is gonna start. And they were going to give me 1 minute of public comment.
It worked fine yesterday.
Seriously.
We're gonna get,
You talk a lot.
we're gonna get
Do you know-
individual,
That's what the city is
lapel
doing for
speakers.
public comment.
Oh, man.
So we, so we
You
can put them
can't
on.
say a word. You can't even get.
It's a good idea.
Yeah?
Yeah,
It's a good idea.
that's not, that is the public's opinion.
Why not? I mean, we don't have to
Yeah.
worry about speakers.
This one?
I agree.
That should stay
Within the
on.
budget, within the budget. Right, Commissioner?
I don't know what you said.
We're gonna get individual lapel speakers, we can just put it right here.
Yeah, well,
Don't have to worry about microphone.
I'd love to have a lapel. It's so much easier. Like when you get interviewed by the news, I mean, it's just easier. I'm with you, Jack.
I'm telling you.
Then you gotta watch it all the
Yeah,
time.
yeah. Turn it off.
That's right. That's I'm thinking too, you just have no idea what I'm thinking up here. A lot of money was spent, and it's every meeting.
Or the original stuff we had.
Yeah, we didn't have this problem, it came on.
Did y'all pull the plug on that again?
I did.
Oh, okay. Don't do that.
Okay.
Okay.
The calculation on the copy of the,
Yep, just give it a second.
this year average approved with the no revenue tax rate does.
It what?
No new taxes.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at last year's average, and this year's average, no new tax rate, they pay 57 cents less than the prior year. That proves the no new tax rate is no new taxes.
That's right. Let's tell Brent that.
Texas is, asking more.
Hey, what is it, John, I'm looking for the judge? Is it USB?
USB-C.
I'm gonna get in my office, I got more plugs.
They can hear it, but they can't see us.
I'm asking if.
They can hear it, but they can't see us.
I'm okay, I got enough
No, I
on my iPad
To let her use it?
to let her use my, if a report, that'd be another thing, I don't think it would last through
Yeah.
my report. Once we get started.
Should those be on?
Hey, we're doing that remotely, man.
Yeah, they're doing it.
We're doing that remotely.
Okay.
Okay, but we'll work on the 60-second. Okay.
Yeah, we've got, okay, we have.
It's a tiny little plug. Boy, that looks good.
Super tiny. I know those cookies. I'm like,
Stay away from
cookies
me.
in the morning. It's
Yeah,
this one. I'm
I was
borrowing
about to
from
touch it and it
Mars
turned
right
on.
now. But see, it's this little bitty micro, if you have it. It charges pretty quick, though. I should be able to be pretty good. How are we doing, guys? No? Nada? Not a lotta? Well, how about if we start discussing?
Okay.
Or do you want to give it 5?
On the phone with Connie right now.
Okay, well, let's hang for just a second.
We spent a lot of money, didn't we, Judge, for it not to work?
One of the switcheroos is moving Connie. Where, are we hot?
We are?
Yes, no?
I think people can hear, they just can't see.
I have the output killed.
Oh, you.
Test, test, test.
Logged up again, but I'm ready. I left my good mask. So this is Johnny Hip.
Johnny, can you hear us?
Yes, Tyler, I can.
Get close to the mic.
He's only coming over my computer now.
Can you put a microphone there?
Connie, if you're listening, can you change the output? Here, let me try something. How about now? Johnny, can you hear me?
Yes, Tyler.
It's just coming out over my computer.
Tyler, do you want me to get that other microphone?
Yep. Probably put a microphone there, probably.
Boy,
good.
we're snake bit this morning.
You really are.
Good thinking, 99.
I tested this morning and it was working.
Why are you looking at me, Tyler?
Because you know, but it would say something coming from that side.
So, Johnny?
Yes.
Well, it's tough. We're having technical difficulties, Johnny, if you'll hang with us for just a moment.
Okay, Judge, we're good.
What we might want to do is just call in on a cell and put a mic to it. It might be easier.
I hear it
Or
better.
put your speaker on. Got a speaker, so. Got my flip phone, got a good speaker. I don't know what the speaker is, in the front or in the back.
It's that little dot right there.
Well, that ain't worth a darn.
Is that?
Yeah, okay.
Johnny left. Should I just call him?
Yeah.
Yeah, is anyone working on it right now?
What?
Have it tomorrow for sure.
I gotta fix it for tomorrow. Tomorrow, gotta use it. Yeah.
Hey, Tyler.
Hello.
Tyler?
Much better.
Wow.
Hello?
Yeah,
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us, Johnny?
Yeah, you want to do this through the cell phone?
Yeah.
Well, we hear you great. How are you communicating right now?
Good. Let me put you on my speaker just a second.
Okay.
You back off a little bit?
Okay.
Judge.
Tyler, are you there?
Yes, we're here. Judge. Can
Okay,
you
well, I have you on my speaker phone on my phone.
Yeah, put your microphone a little closer to you, Judge.
I'm gonna have to go you down. Get you on the phone.
How's that?
Better.
Okay.
Tyler, do you want me to disconnect from the Zoom call?
I don't see you on there, Johnny.
Yeah, tell him to disconnect, 'cause
Well,
there's a
I've been on
small
here for 30
feedback.
minutes, Tyler.
Patience is a virtue.
Yeah, we're just gonna do you by cell phone.
Okay, that's fine.
Judge, you want Johnny to go ahead and start?
Yes, thank you. Hey, Johnny, go ahead and let's go over your presentation for our hospital district budget. And we have for discussion only a draft in front of us that lays out your revenues and operating expenditure, your revenues and your operating expenses. And of course, also goes over your fund balance. So we have a little bit of info in front of us, and why don't you go ahead and take the lead?
Okay, good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you all for the opportunity to visit with you about our projected budget for next year. We sent two sheets. The first one is the one that has the colored columns and lays out the district's budget for revenues and expenses for the fiscal year 2021. And Tyner, there's a lot of feedback coming back through here. So anyway, the second sheet is basically a detail sheet of the county expenditures that we cover for the county. And we have numbers injected in both sheets that are estimates in some cases. And so I'd first like to talk about the general fund, which is the sheet with the colored columns. At this point in time, there are a couple of things that are not yet known in this budget, and so we're using numbers from last year. The first thing up in the revenue section, and starting on basically row 1, the numbers are off to the left of the sheet. We don't know what the current tax revenue of the district will be. And so what we have done for purposes of this discussion is use the effective tax rate. And our number of 0.108179 is very close to Lisa's number of 0.108567. And so we at least have infused into this budget the revenues that we would have received last year. So in moving on down to row 5, down the SPON corporate member revenue, that number is not known to us at this point. We are waiting a meeting with SPON to discuss the sharing percentage. That's a requirement on our agreements that we meet every year around this time to discuss what revenues will be coming to the district as a result of our membership agreement. So because that number is not known, we have used the same amount of member revenue that we had last year, which was $84,500,000. So progressing on down the yellow column to rows 10 and 11, we, as a result of what comes out of our discussions with SPON on the membership sharing percentage is the amount of intergovernmental transfers that are needed to support the 5 or 6 programs that we put IGTs into to benefit the hospitals in the community. So again, what we have done there, because the numbers are shown in italics, is that we have used the same IGT numbers that were in place last year. Now, these IGT transfers, we don't know whether they're going to go up or down yet, and it has to do somewhat with the state not identifying the payment timing that they're going to need for those programs. And so the only other thing I wanted to point out, Commissioners, was on row 11, still continuing in the, in the yellow column in row 11, the county expenditures we've made, county healthcare services, and that's detailed on the other sheet. We've made some estimates about some of those items, and then we can talk with you about that. The rest of the district's expenditures are laid out there, and I'm not going to cover them primarily because expenses shown in rows 10 and 11 make up a bulk of the district's expenses. There are about 95% of the district's expenses are in those 2 rows. So the only other thing I want to point out on the general fund sheet, continuing to the bottom of the yellow column, particularly rows 30, or just let's go with row 30. The projected fund balance for the beginning of the period of fiscal 2021, which is the same thing as the ending fund balance for the year that we're in right now, shows about 44.7 million. Of that 44.7 million, around 31 million of it is encumbered for IGTs that are obligated to be paid in this year but have not yet been requested by the state. And so the actual cash available, if you will, fund balance that would be available at the end of this year for other purposes would be around 14 million. So I just want to kind of point out as an additional footnote that row 30 has, in the yellow column, has encumbrances around it. And the district board in the past has adopted a resolution for us to do the accounting adjustment necessary to roll that money into the next year. So the 44.6 is not completely available. The 14 million would be the amount that's available at the end of this year, and that's for the general fund only. So if we and we have another sheet here we didn't give you that lays out the other districts' funds. If y'all want to have a discussion about the district's overall fund balance, general fund, tobacco fund, indigent care fund, all together. So, Judge, at this point, I'm ready to move over to the county expenditures, but I don't know if y'all want to do questions at this point or what you want to do.
Why don't you finish and then we'll come back for questions. Go ahead.
Okay, moving over to the second sheet, which we label it as Exhibit C because it's part of a budget book that we give you all later. These are the county healthcare expenditures that we have been carrying and paying for the county since many of them since about 1996. And so the original genus of the hospital district picking up certain of these expenses, even though the list was smaller, the hospital district was the recipient of a tobacco settlement payment back in 1996, and we relieved the county of many expenditures associated with that payment. And the provision in the district statutes in section 281.094 that has to do with how we can use not-tax funds was created specifically to address several of the expenditures on this page. So starting at the top, and there are two row ones, and there really ought to be 1A and 1B, but both of those, item one, deal with the health department. And that's the city county health department. And the reason their expenditures are broken up is because the health department participates in the 1115 waiver program, and the hospital district makes IGTs in support of the health department's programs that they operate under the waiver. So that's the first row one. The second row one has to do with the operating expenditures that we cover for the health department. And at this point in time, those expenditures are, we reimburse the county for the salaries and benefits of the county employees at the health department. And we also have included in the amount for the second column for budget 2021, some additional items that the county had requested this year. I believe that there are a sprayer and some other items which contribute to the $202,000 difference. So as you move down the expenses, moving through, continuing on the county expenditure page, expenses 2 through 6 are basically 2 through 5 are the same expenditures that we had used last year. So with regard to rows 5 and 6, the bid for the jail healthcare services is out now, and the timeline is not known for certain when we're going to be able to know the amounts associated with the replacement jail health services contract. So in row 6, what we have done is we just estimated that the county healthcare contract will increase 10% from what it is currently. And so we've increased the budget 2021 amount by 10% to have a number in our budget. If the number is known prior to, say, before the time we need to officially adopt the budget and the tax rate, then we can make that adjustment. So under the bid procedures, every 3 or 4 years when we do this project to bid these services, we always include the option of including the including the juvenile detention services in there, juvenile detention health services in there. In the past years, it usually has been determined that in the end, that the way Homer handles the expenditures and the way we do them now, that it's probably more cost effective to stay with what we've been doing, or what it had been more cost effective to stay with what we had been doing than having the juvenile health services provided under the contract with the adult jail. So I think as the bidding process goes through, eventually there will be a decision whether to keep juvenile health care in the contract, or at least as it's proposed, or whether to cut it out. And I think that the purchasing department had made options in the bid documents for that to happen. So the rest of the expenditures, commissioners, 7 and 8, are basically the same amounts that we had in there for last year. And then moving on down to row 9, the $500,000 is essentially the money that we had that we used in our budget this past year to pay for the Meadows report and the Be Healthy report. So we've left money in the budget for next year, essentially just labeled as consultant for behavioral health. At this point, we don't know what is going to be needed or what's going to be done, but we want to go ahead and leave money in our budget to accommodate what may come. So what is not in here in the budget right now is we don't have a capital budget in front of you right now. And so the district's capital budget typically is very small. In an ordinary year, it covers the computer equipment stuff, except that this year, with the potentiality of the alternate care site coming online and how we work out the details of that with HCA, there could be capital expenditure somewhere around the neighborhood of $3 million. We're not sure yet because we're still working with them, and that would be on there. And then there may be some associated operating expenses that are associated with the ACS in terms of bed availability fees or bed standby fees or anything. We work out with them that are not included in the budget at this time. So overall, commissioners, talking at a higher level, on the sheet with the colored columns, our general fund, we do not know what our SPON member revenue is going to be. We don't think it's going to be less than what it was last year, but that number is not known to us right now. We need, Judge, I guess, to have a discussion about what y'all want to do in terms of the district's tax rate. As I said before, we factored in our effective tax rate, which would give us basically the same revenue as last year. And then down in the expense section, rows 10 and 11, the intergovernmental transfers are not known at this point. And we don't know whether the expenses from the county healthcare services page are what you all want to go with. So, Commissioner, Judge, at this point, and Commissioners, I'm done, and however y'all like to proceed.
Okay, well, first with questions, I think, and then comments. I have a few, but let me ask if, Dale, do you have, I'm gonna start with you. Do you have any
No.
questions regarding what we've heard?
No, ma'am.
And commissioners, anybody want to take a stab at some of the items that have been brought forth?
I'll ask a question.
Go ahead.
About the ACHS, you're talking about beds. You want to elaborate a little bit on that? I think it's the memo we got the other day, maybe.
I'm going to repeat it.
You want to repeat it?
Did you hear? He's having trouble hearing you, Carolyn. Johnny, can you hear me?
I can't,
Okay,
I couldn't
she-
hear Commissioner, she was
Right.
very faint.
Sure. She is asking about if you would please elaborate on the beds for, what page is it on?
Yes, well, he was talking.
Oh,
about
you were just talking about the ACH beds,
capital budget.
under the capital.
Set aside monies.
If you would elaborate.
Sure. Commissioner and Commissioners, those discussions are still underway right now with HCA. And basically, if you're talking about the beds in particular, Commissioner, I'm not sure, but we're basically looking at potentially going forward with a mechanism where the hospital district would reimburse HCA for their preparation of Riverside, and I'm sorry, Commissioner, that's the old name, for Northwest, for the preparation of Northwest to accommodate post-acute patients. The hospital at Northwest has not been used for about 2 or 3 years, and the hospital's current configuration is to handle psychiatric patients. And so the configuration of the hospital would need to be changed to accommodate hospital kinds of patients, because the safety things that you have in a hospital or psych patients are not what are needed for med surg. So there basically need to be some retrofitting of the rooms. Some rooms will need bathrooms. Most of the rooms will need to have the safety apparatuses moved. And in the case of some other rooms, they'll need to make sure that there are medical gases in all the rooms. And then as a part of what we would envision, and I want to caution, these are very preliminary talks with HCA, but as a part of the cost that we would pay for the build out and retrofit of those rooms is that HCA would include all the necessary things in the room, the bed, the furniture, all the other things that are needed to accommodate post-acute patients. And post-acute patients are essentially those levels of patients that are no longer in need of acute hospital care, but they're not ready to go home or go to a nursing home. So it's sort of a step-down concept, if you will, for their care. So continuing on, once the hospital is prepared and ready, we're working on the number of beds. Trying to determine if we need 35 or 50 beds. The hospital has 3 wings, and if all 3 wings of the hospital are used, it would be 50 beds. And if 2 of the wings are used, it would basically be 35 beds. So once we sort of get past the details in the transaction of how the beds would be made available and stuff, then we would step into a commissioner some kind of an operating arrangement where those beds, once they're ready, that they are put under the control of the Emergency Management Committee, and that the beds, the hospital HCA would maintain the hospital beds in a state such that when the Emergency Management Committee determined that they were needed, that they could be put into use. And so the terms around how that would work, at least in early discussions, involve some kind of a standby or a readiness fee. And we haven't worked that out, but essentially the district would be looking at helping get the beds ready to go. And then once the beds are ready to go, that we would reimburse HCA a fee for keeping the beds ready to go. And by that, I mean that They have to run the air conditioning, they have to do housekeeping, they have to maintain certification requirements and stuff. And so that's, Commissioner, I hope I'm answering your question, and it may be way more than you asked. And I would just underscore that we are very early in the process of discussing how all that would play out.
No, Johnny, that answers it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I thought that was very good rendition.
good.
You did a great job of creating that rendition. The only thing I'm gonna add to it is that, our goals are reimbursement. And there's so many nuances to making certain that you do it correctly, I guess, paper it correctly, that we're gonna be working with, we're going to be working with the county attorney very closely and Dale very closely, just to make sure that every reimbursement provision is perfectly done. And the idea that somebody said, oh, I heard that the hospital district can be reimbursed, it doesn't really work that way. So we want to make sure that we get in writing from Tatum, how they believe this should be done. So it might be that we pay and then the hospital reimburses us, or vice versa, they pay and we reimburse them. Let's all agree that all we care about is the reimbursement. But we're working very closely with all these specialists that we have, and I just want you guys to know that the other interesting thing I wrote down, and I hadn't thought about this before until he said it, and until you said it, Johnny, is that the salaries and benefits of the health department might fall under reimbursement for the CARES Act, Dale.
Yes, Your Honor, we're definitely looking into that, but we need to make sure how it's functioned to it, because if the city files for a reimbursement for it, and if they get
Correct.
the reimbursement, we can't do it twice. But we want to make sure they don't bill us before they get the reimbursement.
That's right.
But we're definitely working with that, and with the hospital district, they've provided us some of their COVID expenses, and they continue to provide information for us for the entire countywide, so we're going to
Right.
make sure we have the costs there. So I know that the county attorney's looking into whether we can get reimbursement through either the CARES Act, whatever way
Right.
we can try to get reimbursement, but we will try to get costs for reimbursement to the hospital district and for the city county health department. If we know we're gonna get reimbursement for it, we will not bill the hospital district.
Exactly. And yesterday, there was discussions that I had with the mayor and his whole financial team and the city manager about the CARES Act. And it's very clear that, they want to visit with you and make some sort of overture where we never see an invoice at all. And what I told them is, that sounds lovely, but it's very clear to me that this county lacks, and the city, we don't have program management for reimbursement. We've never seen the CARES Act. Commissioner Chesney and I talked about this. Are you there, Commissioner Chesney? Okay, just checking. It's just that our monitors aren't the greatest. The reason I was gonna say it is that when we talk disaster management, and we really are talking about two disasters, and Commissioner Chesney and I were talking about whether or not there was a recall. He said, I think we did have one for Hurricane Harvey. And so I went back and I checked, and we did not, and the city did not. And this is not, well, okay, it might sound like criticism, but I think I'd rather it be characterized as, don't we want to just learn from history? And to not have a program manager, you really can't expect your county attorney or your auditor or anybody in emergency management to understand an act that's never existed before. And it's not fair to say, you go chase these funds in this amount of time, because that's not your specialty. And so the reason that certain counties do better than others on recovery management of dollars is because they bring somebody in, and the way it works is you pay for their time
Yes.
ahead, so we call that the pre-application process. And then they make their money on the backside once you get the dollars. And these are pre-position contracts, and we're gonna get us one, because we now know that there's so many areas, whether it's hospital district or whether it's county or city, that we need somebody who's just on this full time. And we'll need it for Hannah too, but COVID-19 is way more complex than Hannah at this moment.
Yes.
Anyway, I just want to bring that up. Johnny, I can't make promises that are full of guarantees, but I'm working very hard. Your money is important to us as the county's money. So any dollars that I can put back in your column, we are gonna work very, very hard to do so. So all those dollars that add up to, I think it was on the second page, $793,000. I'm sorry, 591 would have been your 2020. Whatever those dollars can be attributable to COVID-19 response should be reimbursable, okay? And so,
Yeah, and Judge and Commissioners, I just want to reaffirm that the hospital district is committed to working forward and getting the ACS up and running, and if necessary, the COVID clinic and stuff, and we would do that whether we're guaranteed reimbursement or not, but we would sure like to, as you said, Judge, keep the district positioned in a way that it can be, if possible, reimbursed, but that's not a predicate to us
yeah.
proceeding.
And that's so wonderful, and that's because your mission is public health as well, and particularly for a population that is really showing its colors in COVID-19. I actually saw some data yesterday that really doesn't surprise me, but it still kind of like stung, and that was the fatality data, and 99% of our fatalities are Hispanic, and they come from the 3 poorest zip codes in our community. And so I really think that when we drill down on this, Johnny, it's really great that you're our partner in COVID-19, but our job is to get you 100% reimbursed. And I've brought forth to the city a future expenses, and it includes the ACS unit, it includes the COVID clinic, and it includes the ISOFAC unit, and it also includes making certain that we have a case management system to run all those 3 things. And so I put that forth because we are looking to do this transfer allocation. And that's how it came up, Dale, that they said, well, I'll tell you what we'll do for you. We'll just go ahead and all your health department expenses, we'll pay them. You'll never see an invoice. And I said to them, and they were thrilled because they said that the CARES Act covers it all. And I said, well, I know that, but you're not leveraging your FEMA dollars. And they said, well, we know, but it takes too long for FEMA. And I said, well, you all have to make business decisions, or we have to make business decisions. Some things we can afford to wait on. So if you have $500,000 in expenses, for instance, that's not going to break the bank.
No.
You can go ahead and get your 75% from FEMA. But that's why I told them, this proves to me that you need a disaster management program big time. Because if you all are thrilled about something that takes money from you, we're definitely not speaking the same language. So we're going to work, all this is a long way of saying is that money comes with rules. And this CARES Act money has a lot of rules. And if you do it right, you could see yourself made whole. And if you do it wrong, like you said, Dale, then you wind up saying they claw back because you've double dipped or you
Yes.
haven't done it correctly.
Correct.
And we're just not in a position to handle 2 disasters at the same time like this. And I'm really disappointed that we didn't have this before, but no worries because we can get one now. And sometimes it takes a disaster like this to realize where your gaps are. But Johnny, we're going to work as hard as we
I have a
can.
question for Johnny.
Thank you, Judge.
Hey, Johnny.
Yes.
And I just want to ask a question on the beds. You know, I think on the proposal that was submitted, they indicated there was a $50 per day per bed to be ready in case we needed them. But in the second item, it said occupied beds, but it didn't have anything on there. So if they're occupied, it's not $50 a day. But if there are unoccupied, it's $50 a day. Is that what we're looking at, or, I mean?
Well, Commissioner, let me just start at the top of that page. That page says possible transaction terms. And so that sheet was intended to be a discussion with our board about what the outline of an arrangement could be to move forward with the alternate care site beds. So all of the bullet points that are listed on there are under discussion and could vary.
Okay.
So in answer to your question, That's down in the section of the page that talks about the standby beds or the readiness beds. But essentially, it was envisioned that the beds would be, once they're ready to go and paid for and accepted and certified and all the things licensed that needed to be done, that they would be turned over to the control of the Emergency Management Committee, and that they would be put into a standby status until the committee made a determination, or whoever would be doing that made a determination that the beds needed to be activated. So once the beds became activated and a patient was in the bed, then the hospital HCA would be able to bill for the services and stuff that they provide for the patient. So the $50 per bed, it may be 50, it may be less, maybe a little more, but essentially that was designed to pay for the cost that the hospital would have in maintaining the readiness of the bed. In other words, because in HCA, they currently use part of that hospital right now for overflow rehabilitation patients that they've had to move out of their Alameda facility to make room for COVID patients. And so the belief is that once the demand on the beds at Alameda goes down in terms of COVID patients, and then they're able to move their rehabilitation patients back to Alameda because there's a decreased demand for COVID, then essentially Northwest would not have any patients in it. But the hospital would still need to be maintained in terms of upkeep and maintenance and air conditioning and everything else that would be needed to be going on to activate those beds. You can't close down the hospital and then try to reactivate it. So the $50 per day, or whatever that number works out to be, was intended to be an amount that we pay HCA to keep the beds in a readiness status. So I'm hoping, did I answer your question?
Yeah, you did, but evidently what you're saying is there are actually two categories. We're paying for the beds that are not occupied to have them ready, but then if they're occupied, we don't pay the $50 or $40 or whatever you come up with, because the hospital actually is charging for services.
Right, and so basic, Commissioner, if the bed is occupied, we don't pay $50 a day for it.
Okay, I just want to make sure. You didn't say that there, I just want to make sure it's clear. Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Thank you, that's a good clarification. The other thing, I don't know, Johnny, if we want to go over the items, we did this last year where we at least put some light on some of the items that we had asked the hospital district to consider. We know, just because I visited with you through Teresa, that some of the items with regards to the medical examiners were not possible because they did not meet your criteria, I guess, under the statute.
Judge, could I ask him a couple of questions back on the?
Oh,
Mr. Chesney?
of course, of course. Hang on, Commissioner.
You're going to have to repeat them.
Yeah, you're going to ask them, I'm going to listen, and then I'm going to repeat them.
Could you list what we're paying for here?
Go ahead, Commissioner.
So he can't hear me, I'm sorry.
Johnny's not going to be able to, but I can barely hear you, but if I listen carefully, I will. Go ahead.
I'll come out there and ask my questions. I didn't realize that was a problem, so just give me.
No, Commissioner Chesney, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Okay, so let me, Johnny, what I'd like to see when you bring the presentation is an analysis of the overall, I don't want to get into it today. I just want to see it when we bring the contract. I just want to let you know. I'd like an analysis of the overall, what I've seen is the hundreds and hundreds of unlicensed beds, or licensed beds that we're not using. Why the board felt that we needed these beds in the first place. So I'd like to see that as part of it when you come forward with the contract. Two is Commissioner Gonzalez's question, great question that he asked. Follow up to that, I'd like to see, again, these are more for just when you get back later, because we want to move on to the rest. I'd like to also see how many of the beds, what's the opportunity for those beds to actually be used, if in fact there are beds currently not being used. So, in other words, they use those beds and not charge that $25, $50 a day? Or were they gonna set those aside and not have the need to use them because their other beds aren't full? So if you could just, again, bring that forward when we have the contract discussion, those are some of the things that I'm really interested in hearing from the board on why they did it. I appreciate very much, not making us get into the memorial discussion, so I really appreciate the board, looking other places there. So I think that's gonna save a lot of heartache and debate that I didn't wanna engage in if we didn't have to. So I do wanna thank the board for their really ability to look, at another way of doing it. So those are just some things going forward. If you'll do, you don't need answers today, don't wanna get into a big debate today, I'll save that for another day.
Okay, and I'm not, I think, just so you know, I'm glad Johnny heard. Just so you know, Commissioner Chesney, the rest of us, I mean, it was like Horton Hears the Who over here. I mean, we were like,
I'm sorry,
okay, but we,
I'll send some.
it was a predictable question and we got it, but we heard it. But let me just say that I don't really think it's Johnny's duty to substantiate the licensed beds. He was asked to provide a need, and I'm not sure how he feels about that, but I can tell you, I know what data you're looking at, and that data does not, it has no relevance at all, because, for example, the hundreds of licenses of beds that you're talking about include 2 hospitals they wish to not have COVID patients in there. So like Spawn South and Bay, both, there was an attempt in the beginning, and it should be always this way, to keep clean hospitals, if possible, particularly where one is a maternity ward. And the other one was, when you look at that list, it includes Driscoll's Hospital as well. And licensed beds only mean something if you put them in context with staffing those beds, and in addition, what kind of beds they are. So we have COVID beds and we have non-COVID beds in both our hospitals. We have ICU beds and we have med-surg and telemetry beds in those hospitals. And the data that you're relying on does not accurately reflect. But to help you understand it, I think what we'll do is ask Eric Evans of HCA, who's a CEO, to help identify whether there was a need. Because your second question's fine, because it's a contractual question, but the first is to ask, to make Johnny justify whether or not there was a need. HCA already said there was a need. That's why they went out there and did it. And I'm not sure, I think it's highly misleading to say there's hundreds and hundreds of licensed beds, because every day I get a census at Christus, and yesterday there were fewer than 20 beds that were available on the non-COVID, on the COVID side, and on the non-COVID, maybe 25. So
I know what you believe on this.
it's not a belief, it's a statement of fact, but it's so hard to hear you.
Okay, I really wasn't trying to get into this debate. I'll come in there and do it later.
Get in here,
All
man.
I was asking was
Coming in here.
I believe is completely justified for them because they're coming to us with a tri-party contract, and we're gonna have to vote on this, so I think it's completely justified.
Right.
Why the board did what they did, and that's all I asked for.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm just saying, I don't know if Johnny is in the position to talk about all of the licensed beds for the entire area, but I think that the people that are putting forth the document, like HCA, Hillary Watt with the RAC, I think they could help you get that information.
Well, I get it, but I'm asking for something from the hospital district when they make their presentation, because their presentation will be to ask us to sign a contract. And if we're gonna sign a contract, I just would like to know why the board did what they did. That's all I asked for.
Yeah, that's fine.
I know your position on it clearly, I was just asking for the board's.
Okay, well, we'll get Johnny to work with those groups so that they can come present that presentation to you.
That would be awesome, thank you very much.
Judge, this is Johnny Hip. Could I interject just a brief comment?
Sure.
Judge, tomorrow's meeting, I have an agenda item on the court's agenda for then, and tomorrow item is not intended to bring a contract to you for approval. We don't have the terms of the contract finalized yet, and then that contract would come to you when that is done. And we do, at least at this point, envision it being a three-party agreement. But the discussion tomorrow is really just to satisfy some statutory procedural things that we need to work through with the court before we reach the point of putting a contract together. So the contract comes later.
Right, and just so you know, depending on what the CARES Act and the reimbursement experts say, it may be done completely in a different way, right? So.
That's correct, Judge.
So,
Yes.
and also right, so let's just leave it at that tomorrow is not the day that you're gonna bring forth any particular contract. Okay. So do we need to go over some of the special items, Dale, like the mosquito vector control buffalo turbine sprayer like we did a year ago? Or do you feel confident that Johnny's gone over all of these with you? I just know there was an issue with the medical examiner, and I wanted the commissioners to know that we're not gonna be utilizing, we're not gonna be doing that, those items, because they don't fit the criteria. Johnny, is that correct?
Yep, Judge, that's correct. On the county expenditure page, the second row one, the $202,000 increase there is comprised of a mobile. I'm just reading off some notes here. It's a $30,000 for a mobile trailer, a $72,000 for two spraying turbines, and $100,000 for an EOC unit. And the $202,000, as you said, Judge, does not include anything for the medical examiner.
Got it. Okay, I just wanted to double check, because on mine, it still shows medical examiner, but I'm gonna exit. Okay. And again, the medical examiner situation is just that, you felt like it didn't, your attorneys felt like it didn't meet the statutes requirements, just so I know what the reason was.
Judge, that's correct. The hospital statutes allow it to spend funds essentially for health care, and health care implies that the person's living, and thereby any medical examiner expenses don't qualify as health care.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Robert Duran's extension, it's not included in the 202.
In the 202 as well, right. Okay, so, okay, Johnny, the only thing I didn't see on here, and I don't know if they made a formal request to you, and I was just looking at it, and it might be on your itemization, was the Coastal Bend Wellness Foundation. They had been such a big partner in public health this year, particularly for a vulnerable population that couldn't afford testing and/or who had some seriously chronic illnesses. And I was just wondering if you guys are going to be considering adding them to the mix. I know they were looking to hire basically a dedicated nurse to just focus on testing there at their clinic. And in fact, they were going to offer clinic support for our COVID clinic at their location. So if you're already a patient at Coastal Bend Wellness, they could sync in, if you will, with our COVID clinic. And again, they got some dollars from the city through the mayor's fund. And then they got some dollars, I think,
They got
outside.
some dollars from us. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it ran out pretty fast. And I just mention it because I guess COVID-19 has opened our eyes as to who really steps up to the plate and who doesn't, as far as, providing these services for this very vulnerable population, just like the men and women's clinics stepped up to do all the STD stuff, right? And I'm just wondering if that is a consideration. I just meant to ask you earlier, and now I've got you on the spot, and I'm sorry. I just wondered if they had made a request, or if that would be possibly considered, because their work would be so helpful in continuing free testing for people.
And really, they're always helping us. Anything we do, they're always helping us.
They really are. And I don't know, they may not have made a request, but it's just, can I put you on the spot to say, can we at least maybe
Look at.
look at it?
Judge, we are correct. You are correct. We do not have them on the list, and we are amenable to continuing that relationship. We paid, I think, we gave them 55,000 this past year to roll into a process they had set up for doing COVID testing, and we think that clearly fits under our public health abilities in terms of how we can spend our money. And so we will, and I guess I need, Judge, for someone to identify how much, and I guess they need to send me a letter.
Right. I'm
what-
totally speaking out of turn. I just know that what they did this year was extraordinary, and I'd like to see them continue. And I'm wondering, that 55, I know they've burnt through it, but do you remember when it was? Wasn't it just a couple of months ago?
Yeah, the drive-through.
Judge, it was in either June or July.
Right, I was gonna say,
It
June.
was
June.
very recent.
Yeah, I know, look, here's the thing, how about if I'll let I'm in octopus mode. I'm gonna use my tentacle named Jag to go and see if he can work on that. Because, Bill Holscher would be the one, Jag, to reach out to, or Meredith. But, the thing is, we can Band-Aid it, or we can actually prepare for our future. And I think they're a great investment, and they do it on site.
And I have to say, not only because of this year, Johnny, but, last year, before this whole thing started, they were there every time we needed them, went to rural areas. And they were willing to bring their mobile home also. So they've been there for us for a long time.
And I would definitely say, let's talk to them, because it might be more beneficial to have, rather than just say, here's dollars, you could say, this is restrict it. So that, say, this is for a full-time nurse that's dedicated to this, this project, or something like that. I just know that they are incredibly helpful and worthy, and they're doing a population that nobody else does. And that's the issue for me.
I agree with that.
Okay, well, Judge, we're amenable to working with them.
Yeah.
If someone could,
Yeah,
if they could get me a number, then we could.
right.
And then, Judge, I had one question when you're done about an expense that I don't have on here either. I need to ask you about.
Okay, sounds good. Everything else on drug abuse, I'd like to just address the drug abuse and all of our programs with mental health. And it looks like we're gonna just kind of keep the same dollar amount and address issues as they come up. There's two items that I know, at least I've been in your meetings, or we've talked about things that are coming up that I thought would be very helpful. One is, it's very clear that our Memorial Campus will be changing. And because it will be changing, your revenue sources will be changing. In other words, once that hospital goes away, you will have less revenue from that lease. And,
Okay, Judge, can I interrupt you just a moment?
okay,
I'm sorry, the agreement to decrease the revenue for that property has not been agreed to. Spawn has requested that we decrease the revenue for that property once the hospital comes down, but we have not agreed to that.
okay. Well, let me just give you a tip. It's hard to lease something that doesn't exist.
Not there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Judge, I'm not
okay,
agreeing.
I get you. Let's just hold the
Yeah.
thought. I think if you're asking me,
It might be 2 years.
I mean,
from now.
I am forecasting that in the realm of the real, one doesn't pay for something that doesn't exist. I realize you don't have all I was gonna say is that you might need more income. It was getting to a good punchline, is that you might need more income than in the previous year where we said, Johnny, live at the effective, But I just want you to know that what I was gonna say is that regardless of whether, let me retract, since you haven't made a decision on what y'all are gonna do or not do with them, you still can agree that they're slated for that campus to change, and a new plan will have to emerge as to what you're gonna do there. And one of the things that the Meadows report clearly identified was a 6-month and a 12-month plan. And I'm just saying to you that it would be wonderful if you guys would look at that 6-month and 12-month plan and figure out what dollar signs go with it. Because you're going to need dollars to implement what the Meadows Foundation has asked you to do. And all I'm suggesting is that you let us know and that we don't hamstring you when opioid crisis is at a height. And to some extent, you always benefit because you're not subject to abatements or to tax increment financing zones and, or reinvestment zones. I mean, you do benefit greater than the norm, but you might want to stay at your current tax rate to allow for mental health appropriations that you know are needed and identified in the next 6 to 12 months. Otherwise, you just spent a bunch of money on a plan that you're not going to support dollar-wise.
Especially behavioral health.
Judge, you're correct. You're absolutely correct.
So I'm just saying to you, ask, and maybe you shall receive. You never know. I'm just thinking that you should, I don't see that in here, right? And that's okay, but that's why we're talking. But I think that it's really important to say that mental health piece has a price tag to implement within the next fiscal year. And I'm wondering where it is, because if you assume that MHID stays the same, which you should, and your jail diversion program stays the same, which is fine, what wiggle room do you have in this budget to help implement that which the Meadows told you to do? And so I just would like for you to think about that, and if it adds to the dollars, it is what it is. But I think we need to be mindful that we wanted to see a reduction in those arenas that are causing problems in our jail and in our community, and we think that would pay dividends. Or like the Cloud 9, for example. I mean, you know, we talked about these things, and I feel like you're gonna need dollars to work with, but I don't see them here, but I could be missing it.
Judge, you're correct. We don't have any dollars allocated in there. We do believe that the line item there, row 9, that we have for the consulting thing, the timeline that we believe is going to occur at Memorial is that somewhere in 15 to 18 months that SPAWN will have completed their hospital within a hospital improvements or renovations at Shoreline to accommodate the mental health services that are presently at Memorial. And once that's done, and those are actually SPAWN's estimations, and once those estimations are done and SPAWN does go ahead and move over to Shoreline, that the Memorial facility, in their view, would be ready for demolition. And so the demolition we're thinking is going to occur probably, I think the more realistic number is 18 months down the road. The Meadows report has identified at least a couple of capital-related items that I believe could be a discussion for placing them on the Memorial campus after the demolition. And those facilities include outpatient mental health services, a building for that, and then a restoration center. So I think, Judge, that there is some thought process about what would go forward at Memorial. Those things have not been vetted with you all at all yet, and I think there does need to be a long-term plan. So we believe that the professional fees that we have in row 9 would provide us enough money to work through the planning process for a post-Memorial campus and what could go on it.
Gotcha. And so, okay.
I have one last request.
Sure.
Hey, Johnny, I have one request. Can you just look at it again on the, number 7B, 7C, you know, the Council of Alcohol is doing a lot of work now with the schools. And I was wondering maybe it could be like 55,000 like the Synacor is, and also the Palmer drug abuse, 5,000 to 10,000. You know, because I mean they really do a lot of outreach, you know, in the rural, and they're going out to the rural areas also. So I wonder maybe just look at it and consider it, see maybe it's possible to do 10,000 for Palmer drug abuse and 55,000 for the council.
Okay, Commissioner, the item 7, A, B, and C are amounts that were in the original inheritance, if you will, back in 1996 that we took over from the county. So these awards in A, B, and 7A, B, and C are amounts that the county actually awards to those entities, and we simply reimburse you. We're amenable to you all increasing those amounts. So if the court wants to make a request that we bump up those amounts, we're amenable to that. But those are not amounts that we unilaterally determined.
Okay.
Those are actually ones that the county determined and asked us to pay. So we can work with you, but we would prefer that you all identify what needs to go into each one of those.
Sounds fair enough. Thank you. I just wanted to know. Thank you very much. I'll bring it to court.
Tyner, is mine on? I'm just making sure I'm good.
Yeah, you're on.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Well, Johnny, you've made it for a long time. Thanks for the 30 minutes that you had to sit patiently on the technical difficulties. I think this is a good presentation, and I'm sure there might be some other questions coming forward. But I think we're ready to let you get off. I'm kind of waiting.
Judge, I do have one closing question,
Go ahead.
if I could. At this point, does the court have a feeling for what you all want to do about the district's tax revenue next year? And I know that you all needed to receive this presentation probably to educate you around that. So I just want to emphasize that the budget we have on the yellow columns uses the effective tax rate. That has been the pattern for probably the last dozen years. And so we hadn't seen any sense that you all wanted to change that, so we kept that in the budget. But if there is a sentiment to do otherwise, y'all could let us know. We could factor that into there. But we're at this point proposing the effective tax rate. But there are things that the district has picked up over the last year that we weren't usually picking up before. And I don't want to minimize the fact that the district certainly has adequate funds to go forward.
Well, right. And so the answer to your question is we took you first, but the court is about to have a discussion about our own tax rate. And so maybe the best way I can say it is that maybe you can, I think we need to talk about ourselves first. And the only thing I would say is just echo what I just said, is that we need to recognize that health is where the money is being spent right now. Health is everything, has everything to do with COVID-19. And the things that we're asking you to step up on the plate for are so that we could actually have better health in our community. And that includes things like, that you've taken up, everything from the behavioral health assessment to countering opioid addiction and COVID-19 response. So I think that it's almost a little unfair to keep saying, do this, do this, do this, do this, and oh, by the way, don't do it with any more money. I would like to be able to have the court's impressions be given here. The last year was different. We were economically different. We were completely in a different situation. And I wanted to wait to see what behavioral health would look like. And now that we know that behavioral health is going to be needed more than ever, the investment that we make in the hospital district should pay dividends across the board. I always say this, you can pay now or you can pay later. And we're paying dearly every day in our jail and at the emergency room through our NCHD programs. So I think that you should at least run scenarios, and I think Dale has for you, of what it might look like anywhere between the the no new revenue, which is the fancy word for effective phraseology, and the voter approved for a non-disaster, which is 3.5.
For the hospital district, I know I'm not.
It's already done.
It's 8% because they're a special taxing unit.
Correct, but he's asking my impressions as to what I would, what we could tolerate. It turns out that even when people give you permission, it turns out that public sentiment punishes you for it. It's bizarre, but there we go. I mean, you're right. The reason they do that is because they don't want you to be restraining or restricting health because it's too important to life. But somehow, it doesn't matter in the world of politics. They just want to beat on you. So I'm thinking that somewhere between effective and 3.5 would be a good place for them to at least run those scenarios to see what extra revenue it would bring for you. And then you need to marry that with those programs that you think need a price tag so that we can make a dent in mental health. We didn't, I hope, do Meadows so that we wouldn't address it. We did Meadows so that we could address it. And now you need to tell us, and in order to address it, Judge, we need an extra $2 million for this fiscal year, and the way we plan to get that is if we go 1% above the effective, or 2%, or 3%, or whatever it is, you know? But you're right, you get to go all the way to 8. And the reason is because the conservative legislature for the Texas House recognizes that health is that important. But I think we live in the real world, and the real world says probably somewhere between 0 and 3.5 is the right answer. Does that give you a glimpse into what I'm thinking, at least? I tried to make it as obvious. I tried to make the tea as obvious as possible. Do you like Turkish tea? You know the leaves at the bottom are supposed to tell you everything.
Judge, thank you.
I think he got it. By Jove, I think he's got it. Okay, so that's just Barbara's opinion. We're going to get the court's opinion in the next 5 minutes. If you want to keep tuning in, put us on mute and just listen in to the discussion. I think you'll get a feel for other people's opinions. Tyner needs to take a quick break, I think. Tell us.
I was hoping that we could allow IT to reboot the system and hopefully restore all our communications. And I didn't realize
10 minutes do it?
Hopefully.
Okay. How about if I give us 10 minutes and then you let us know? But court, we may need 15. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And the other thing I need
That's
to let
fair.
everybody know is at 11:30, I'm going to get a call, and I am going to represent us, the resolution that we passed maybe 2 courts ago regarding the CARES Act and our 40% allocation. I need to deliver public comment to the city, and they have me first, and they call in, and then it's 1 minute. So at 11:30, I'll need to take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
I think that's what I've been told by the city secretary. I think it's 11:30. Sound good? Okay,
Sounds good.
so we'll take a break right now.
Thank you. I will kill the mics.
Yeah, thank you.
Tyner, you want me to call back on the Zoom call number?
Hopefully, yes. Hopefully it'll be working then. Um, can you hear me on my laptop? Julie? I can hear you, Tyner. I can hear you, Tyner. Okay. Can you hear the noise in the courtroom? I can. Okay. Hey, Julie, what we might do is have somebody from Corn Ferry call my cell phone. So you pick the lucky person, whether it's Sheila or Shelley. Okay, I'm gonna hang up your. Yeah, if.
Shelley, this is Julie. Can you hear us?
If we were all remote, everybody could hear them, but I don't know if it would be broadcast, by the way. It's not being broadcast over the system. Julie, again, the audio from this meeting right here cannot be heard in the courtroom. It's only on my laptop. And I know the world can hear us. We have to assume that it's hot right now, otherwise you couldn't hear me. And so I'm thinking maybe if we had one representative from Corn Ferry call in, and then you monitor the meeting online. And if, for example, if it's Shelley, if she wants to call my cell phone, then.
I already gave her your phone number.
Okay. Okay, I see it. Shelley's going to call.
Can you hear us?
Just on my laptop, it's not being broadcast into the courtroom.
Yeah, that's me, but, I guess Kelly is calling in.
Okay, and then I will mic her up, and you'll probably be able to hear her.
Okay, thanks, Tina.
I know. Okay. So, hello, this is Tyner. Is this Shelley?
It is, I guess I need to mute my computer. You don't have my feedback. Okay, is that better?
Yeah, and what, basically what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna mic my phone,
Okay.
and you'll be, and hopefully you can hear, everybody on their microphones.
But I'll still be able to project my PowerPoint deck and everything
It's,
just as normal.
all the monitors are down in the courtroom.
So they can't see anything.
Yeah, they can't see anything.
So,
Is there a way for us to make a printout?
well, I believe the judge had already sent each of the commissioners the report. Maybe ask Julie, but
Yes, I in fact sent the report to the commissioners.
do you think they have it printed?
How long is it?
It is, I'll only go through the front half of it. Hold on, let me look real quick.
How many pages, and we'll print copies for the court?
It's 37 pages, but I'll only be walking through the first 23, if that's easier for you to print.
The first 23? Did you get copied? So the first how many pages?
23.
The first 23 pages. Okay, Stan. Testing. So, Judge, I'm going to turn the mics on if y'all are ready. I have Shelley Rogers on the telephone. And Judge, did you want to do a brief introduction of Corn Ferry?
I mean, sure, or,
We know who they are.
yeah, just, okay, I'll just say, go ahead.
That's brief.
Okay. Okay, Shelley, I have the microphone up to my cell phone, and the commissioners have your packet, the whole thing, and we are ready to start.
Hey, good morning. It's Barbara Canales, and we are sorry for our technical difficulties, but we do have your packet, and I just want to remind the court and for our audience listening that Korn Ferry is a leader in the world of consulting, and particularly, I would say, a global leader in organizational consulting. And they've done this comprehensive compensation analysis as part of our charge to them. I think probably, I feel like I've lost track of time, but somewhere around early part of this year, we engaged Korn Ferry to do this for us. And I think that their analysis you will find to be very helpful. I want to also warn you that, as they say, maybe the end, which is not going to be as, well, let me just say that their results are not necessarily that favorable to us, but everybody has to know who they are before they figure out where they're going. And so I don't want us to be discouraged by anything that comes up with this analysis, and I'll cheat and tell you I've already seen it, so I can say this, but rather inspire us to create a plan going forward for our organizational structure and our compensation, so that we can not just be competitive, we can be efficient, and we can maintain the type of employment that's commensurate with an urban county that's growing. So anyway, I appreciate you sticking with us here, and please proceed at your leisure here. Go ahead.
Yes, hi, good morning, Judge, good morning, Court. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
We sure can.
Okay. Awesome. Well, I know that with your technical difficulties, you needed the report printed, and I believe what you have is in black and white, so I'll try to stay away from referencing, certain colors and different things in the charts. But I know you have that electronically that you can reference later after the meeting. So if you want to go ahead and move to slide 7. This is just a quick overview of the process we took to evaluate the positions, including the analysis that we're delivering today. And what that involved was in doing phone interviews with particular employees just to get to know their role better, not the person, right, but the actual role and task and duties that they perform in their job. And then we use our job evaluation methodology to apply evaluations to those jobs based on, the problem solving it takes, the accountability, and know-how to do that role. And if you move to slide 8, these next 3 slides, we are showing you the job level matrix that we have put together where we slotted those roles that we did the interviews for. You're not able to see the distinction in the colors of the highlights, but there were 30 roles that we evaluated, and then the other 40 were slotted based on where the hierarchy of the other roles that we spoke to. And across the top, you'll be able to see, the job family, and then below that, the departments within each, and then as you work down by grade level, you can see the hierarchy within each of those departments. I won't go into, the detail of each of the roles here, but if you have any questions as we work through this, please, interrupt me and ask. Now we can move into the internal analysis, which begins on slide 12. So this section, keep in mind, is solely looking at what you're doing internally at this moment. It does not include any market data at this time. So what we did is we slotted, all the roles in the grades that we aligned with those, looked at the actual pay for each of the employees, and created a scattergram. And as you know, the medical examiner and deputy chief medical examiner, they're more outliers, just given the dollars you need to pay those particular employees to get the right level of knowledge and experience that you're looking for. They're a little bit of anomalies. So they are in the report, but they're not included in the lines that we'll show here in the next slide. And then you also have 3 associate judges that are part-time, and we have annualized that pay, so everything is apples to apples in the report. If you move to slide 13. Again, if you, you see the labels of the examiners, they are just showing you in a plot where they align by grade and their current salary, but they are not included in the lines you see there further below. As you work across, each of the diamonds represents an employee and their pay. The dark line in the middle there, that's your line of central tendency. That's taking, the middle of each grade's pay dispersion and showing you, overall, where do you pay? And then we've also applied a 20% discount and premium on top of that, just to show you currently where you have outliers. So for example, if you look at grade 18, you can see you have a couple that are being paid above 20% of your average, and then one below, 20% of your average. So it just gives you a good visual of the dispersion for the roles in each of those grades. Does anyone have any questions on this chart before I proceed?
Go ahead.
And then looking at slide 14, this is now not only looking at how you currently pay, but what is your current goal? What does your current structure show, and what your minimum, midpoints, and maximums for each of the grades. And you can see the last 3 bullets on this slide. I've just identified and called out the employees that are currently falling above the maximum of your current stated ranges. And you can see those listed there. That includes 10 employees. But overall, you're paying, 99.85% of your current midpoint. So overall, you're aligned with where you currently want to be without yet looking at the external market. Moving to slide 15. The difference in this slide from the table on a couple of slides previous. Sorry, I didn't know if you could hear me over the phone.
Yeah, we're looking for it.
Okay.
There you go.
So on slide 15, we still have the diamonds representing each employee. We've now added your structure min, mid, and max, which you can see there. So you can see that, well, you can't see the green line because you're in black and white, but the structure midpoint and your actual pay at Nueces County is pretty much on top of each other. So as of right now, on average, you are paying at your goal. of your current midpoint. But, you know, as always, you'll have outliers that are, you know, below or above. And typically that is due to the fact, you know, people fall above their range when you've been in that same role and have a high tenure, right? You tend to get to that max or exceed. And on the other side of that, you might be below the min because you're new in that role. You recently were hired or a promotion. So you're working your way up in that new grade. On slide 16, this is just some summary statistics on what we just looked at on the previous slide. So we have 99 cases in the report. Currently, you have 15 employees that are falling above the max, and you can see the sum of dollars for payroll there is $77,506. And then you only have 2 individuals falling below the stated minimum, which is around $10,000.
Not bad.
So that is a look at where everything currently that you have going on, you know, before digging into the analysis into the market. If you move to slide 18, in this data, we've looked at 3 percentiles in the market. We looked at the 25th percentile, the 50th, which is the median, and the 75th percentile of the market. And as you can see, for your actual pay, your position below P25 for, you know, everywhere except for grade 13 where you're, you know, above P50. And you can see those variances that I've written there. You're 20.5% below the 25th percentile, 31% below the median, and 39.8% below the 75th percentile. And the next bullet, the figures are very similar based on what I mentioned earlier. Since you're on average paying at your midpoint, you're not going to see very much of a difference in how you stack up to the market looking at your current structure midpoint. So again, 19.4% below the 25th percentile, 30% below median, and 39% below that 75th percentile of the market. And moving on to the next slide, 19. This is a good visual to see how you stack up to the market. The first thing you'll probably notice is how steep the market lines go as you progress in grade versus how you currently have your pay structured there below. And as the judge mentioned earlier, given, you know, your growing urban area, you're looking to really pull that higher talent. You can see that the market is already doing that, right? You can see how much the data increases by grade as you progress versus how you currently are situated. And it's not as bad as it looks, just given we had to do the scale the way we did. But if you look at the table below there, I don't know if it's legible to you, but you'll be able to see in the black font your actual pay by grade. The green, well, sorry, you don't have different colors. Sorry, but as you look there, you'll be able to see by grade how you vary. And just looking across that Nueces actual data, you can see how flat it is. And sometimes it, you know, there's hills and valleys, right? It's not necessarily increasing as you work through those grades, looking at that first, you know, row of data. Does anyone have any questions here? I know this is a lot of information to throw at you on this one slide.
Commissioners? don't hesitate, that's what, you could ask her just to,
Do we know, what, I don't know what departments we're talking about, you know? Do we know that for a fact, like what departments were tested, what departments were, because, I mean, you know.
Yes, sir. If you look at slides 8, 9, and 10, you will see the roles that are included in this analysis by job, family, and department. And we have an additional file that we can send along, which you might already have. It's an Excel spreadsheet that shows all the roles and individual pay and so on. It's a more of a working file and easier to see and sort through.
so the answer to his question is basically all the ones that are identified in slides 8, 9, and 10 were addressed.
Yes, ma'am.
So if I go to one of those, how do I find it on that scale that you were talking about? I mean, like where the lines go, which is 20% above, 20% under, or,
So, for example, let's look at one particular role. So on slide 10, you'll see the first assistant district attorney is in grade 22.
Mm-hmm.
And then if we look at slide 13, you will see that individual's pay. The diamond is pretty much right on that Nueces pay line, that thicker line. Do you see that diamond there? The reason I'm using this person as an example because there's only one person in this grade, so it's just an easier visual.
So in other words, just so I can kind of, I'm going to play director here, little conductor here of this symphony. So we know that that first assistant district attorney is a pay grade 22 because you reference that on page 10, and then you looked at 13 and you see 22 at the bottom, and you see that diamond, which represents that first assistant district attorney, is right literally on top of Nueces pay.
Correct. And then if we move back to slide 19, you will not see the diamonds in this particular chart. But if you look over, if you see the Nueces actual pay line for grade 22, you'll see what that pay is for that particular individual because it's only one person and how they compare to your current structure. It looks like they're about $6,000 shy of that current midpoint. And then you can see how that market is for each of those percentiles. And then those last three lines show you how far you are above or below that market versus your actual pay. Is that clear, or did I muddy up the waters more?
Pretty clear.
So in other words, we don't list it by people, we just list it by job criteria, right? So you look for the grade, and so what it shows you is how there's a huge variance on number 22. And you can see that P25 versus actual is 52%, and then P50 is 55%, and then 75, of course, is 60%. So it's a huge difference.
so at one point, I guess we're gonna let us know how many were, I guess, on top, or bottom, or middle, or overall from all the assessments y'all make?
So let's look at slide 22. I think this might help. This is the summary statistic as you compare the employees to the 25th percentile of the market. And as you can see here, of the 99 jobs we're looking at, we have 6 employees that are falling above the maximum. You see that in the top left
Right.
quadrant there of the table. We have 9 employees between min and max, 24 between the min and mid. And as of right now, that would put 60 employees below 80% of that market P25, which would be around $768,000. So what that overall tells you is your 77% comp ratio when compared to market P25 compared to your actual payroll. And down further in this table, you can see the distribution of the number of employees that fall within each of these different comp ratio buckets. At this point, I'm not able to tell you exactly which job, would fall in that 88 to 96% distribution. That's an attachment I can send. If that's where you're asking, I think you might be asking which
Right.
roles are falling outside of that stated market. Was that your
Yes.
question?
Yes, outside or above, really, I mean.
Well, the 6 employees that fall above right now,
Those are the only ones?
those are the 6 that would fall above the 20% in addition to the P25. If that would happen to be the target that you decide on. At this point, there has not been a final decision on what your philosophy is going to be and how the new structure will be set up, but we're giving you a couple of different looks at what that impact would be. So if you look at slide 23, you can see obviously the impact is quite larger when you're looking at market median. It's now 79 employees would fall below that minimum of P50. The maximums no longer exist because now they fall within that new market. And the impact of those 79 employees would be approximately $1.7 million.
I'm gonna do the city. Hello? Yes.
I don't see the 1.7. I don't see the 1.7 million here.
Are you on slide 23?
Yes, ma'am. 79 sum of midpoint.
Yes, so sum of dollars below minimum is 1,695,565.
Okay, I see it down here.
Do you see that figure?
Yeah, I see it under 79.
Okay. So that is the dollar impact if that, if the decision was made that market P50 was what you wanted to target. That's the dollar amount to get those 79 employees at least to the minimum of that new market median. And I know this is a lot of numbers to absorb, a lot to look at.
Here you have, when you have the incumbents between minimum, medium and max, it's 9. But you have 24 for total payroll. So where do you get the 24?
What slide number are you on?
22?
22. So there are 24 employees that fall below the minimum and midpoint of the market P25. So they're not below, but they're not over it either. So they're, in a good spot. So they're still early in the career in that grade that they're in. and they have not yet hit that midpoint and exceeded it.
And you have 6 above maximum, and you have 9 mid to max. Actually, there's 15 then, 15 that would meet the max, but only 9 are vacant.
Right, so those 9 are above their midpoint, but would not have yet met the max of that market P25. But those 6 individuals would already be positioned above the maximum of that market by $37,000.
Do we know what positions those are?
Yes, hold on, I can tell you. Let me open my file here. And while my file is open, I want you to keep in mind that this is all dependent on which market, what level of market you want to set your new structure to.
Right, okay.
Go ahead and pass it out.
So those 6 roles, 4 of them are systems analysts, a principal engineer, and a network specialist would be barely over the new max. So it looks like, of those 6, 5 are IT roles, and then you have your principal engineer that falls in road, bridge, and transportation.
So you're talking about public works and IT?
There are 4 of the positions that would fall above are systems analysts.
Okay. And the 9, I just want curious on the 9 vacant positions. They're mid to max and max. What positions are those?
I do not have those handy. I would need to do a side look at that to give you who would fall between min and max.
Hey, Shelley, this is Tyner. Would it be
Yes.
helpful if we passed out your spreadsheet at some point?
Yes, I mean, if it's easily printable, I don't know if it's set for that, but yes.
Yeah, we're gonna
you can do
pass it
that.
out right
It might
now.
help. Okay.
Thank you. Sorry about asking all those questions, but.
Those are good questions.
And the reason I was asking about the 9 vacancies, because I should like to know what they are, because, if we're gonna fill them up, maybe we need to, maybe come down a little bit, and so they can go back up, I don't know. I'm just,
Right.
Get a spare.
Let me know, do you have it handy now?
yes, ma'am.
Yes.
So the first several columns, this is your current data. And then you can see the section that says Market P25 that includes 6 columns. And then you have your Market P50, which is obviously a greater number. So if you look in the Market P25 set of columns, there you see the dollars under minimum. Those are folks that would fall, those are the 60 folks that fall under minimum if there's a dollar amount in that column. And then 4 columns over to the right would be, if you see a figure there, that's where they would fall above the maximum of that new market P25. And the column immediately to the right, the compa ratio, this is showing by employee where they stack up current salary to the market P25. So for example, that first role that you see there, the first assistant district attorney, current salary of 103, the market P25 is 214. That means that current role is being paid 48% of that market P25. And anyone with a comp ratio greater than 100 is at midpoint or higher. So those would be those 9 folks that you're looking at if they do not have an overmax dollar amount. Which would be, for example, do you see the NC Commissioners Court Manager? It's about 20 rows down. It's the first one in grade 18. That would be one of those 9 that fall between the midpoint and maximum. Does that make sense?
And that's the one that's vacant, right?
No, that's me.
What is vacant now? Oh, no, I'm sorry.
So that Excel file that was just passed out will show you by grade, by job title, how you stack up to each of these market options. And again, this will help you determine what level of the market you want to target going forward and what dollar impact that'll have.
All right, let me ask one more question. So you're saying that the 18 are above the max or at the max?
So I'm saying, so that first role in grade 18, the NC Commissioners Court Manager, has a comp ratio of 115%, which means they are between that market P25 midpoint and maximum. So they would be in that count of 9 incumbents that you asked about previously.
So really the difference would be, if we look all the way to the right, the percentage, if it's 70 or 69 or 70 and 64, that kind of tells us where they're at?
Yes, sir. That shows you where you stack up compared to that midpoint for P25.
Okay.
So if that figure is below 80% of market, they are included in those dollars below minimum. And if it's greater than 120%, those are the 6 that are falling above the max of the 25th percentile. Do we have any other questions? The remainder of this report are just their appendices, just for reference on, our methodology on, job evaluation and salary administration. And I think one thing I do want to mention during, this process, I know in the past, the way you've made decisions on, pay increases and things like that are a lot based on tenure and not who you know, but, just old school, sometimes systems, and putting a new salary administration in place will start anew. And this will be a good starting point because this is the group of employees that you would not want, the other employees that we have not included in this report to, hit a ceiling and then start making more than the managers and more of the corporate employees. So I think it's maybe just time to start thinking that direction and aligning your salary structure accordingly on, the talent you're trying to attract there at Nueces County. And the market that we have here is a general market, so it includes not only government entities, but other, all types of organizations, just to give you an idea, because you're not only recruiting and losing talent to your peers. If there are no other questions, I'm finished with their report here, as we've delivered.
But how many of the, job in Nueces County, what's the percentage of jobs that y'all looked into? I know you didn't do 100%, right? I mean,
Excuse me?
You didn't look at 100% of the jobs, there we have in Nueces County. What's the percentage that y'all, looked at to analyze? I mean, you didn't go for you didn't go to every, you didn't go every department or every job, right? I mean, I'm just saying.
Correct. We looked at 99 employees in this particular analysis.
Okay. And on 99 different positions, or just?
It's my understanding that these are exempt positions. Is that correct?
Yes. So let's see.
No? Okay.
That is, well, yes, there were a few part-time, I know. The systems analysts are the lower in the grades, 13. I'm not 100% sure if they're exempt or non-exempt. But back to your question, it's 99 employees, not 99 job titles.
Oh, okay.
I just got a note from Julie that they looked at pay group 29 and above.
Yeah, and I think the reason for that is that last year, you'll recall that we focused on pay grades 11 through 28, okay? And that was something that the court, we didn't do it professionally, but we did it with our own HR, guidance, and we helped as many people get as close to that living wage as possible. And I will tell you, we did pretty good. I think there were 700 people that were affected by that 11 through 28 pay group. And my recollection is that the lowest one hovers somewhere around the $14.50, somewhere around there, $14.30 maybe. We really did a big adjustment. There was not a perfect adjustment. There were some transitions, and I think HR can be more particular here, some transitions that weren't as perfect as I would like them. In other words, there wasn't enough separation where there were transitions. And we said we would revisit that. But the purpose of this particular study was really to say, okay, but what about everybody else? Last year we did 11 through 28. What about 29 and above? And that's where this really concentrates on. And the reason that we did this, if you'll recall, is that the way we've normally tackled it is you have your department heads come in during budget time, and they give you their interpretation or impression as to what's happening in the marketplace for counties that they know about, but it doesn't have the same weight because it's not an independent analysis. What these folks have done for us is given us an independent analysis across the board. Because remember, during budget workshop, not everybody comes in. Only some department heads come in. So now this really gives us a much clearer picture from an independent source to say, wow, your professionals, for the most part, are way off market price here. And this should make us pause, and this is a look in the mirror moment, and say, it's not just that you're off, is that you've got to set a goal, because you're never going to be able to attract talent, you're never going to be able to keep people here. And that's anecdotal. We've already seen it happen in our district attorney's office and in our county attorney's office. But there are other arenas that they've looked at, so. And pardon me, Shelley, I had to go make public comment at the city hall, so I've been in an office Zooming, but I've been listening in, and I'm back now, so I don't know if there were any other questions, but I hope that gets you to understand why we did 11 to 28 and now 29. Go ahead. This is Commissioner Vaughn, Shelley.
Shelley, I have a question, because you do this all the time, and I'm not a fan of how the county pays. I'm one of the old, I think you should be paid by merit and what you do, and I think you need to be evaluated. Tell me, what are you seeing across the other areas? Is this how they're paying, and what do you think about how we pay?
What do you mean by other areas?
I'm talking about other counties, and we sit here, and if one gets one, and the others get one, and I just don't like how that is, where you pay everyone because you're going to try and give a raise to one person, basically, but the groups all get paid, and that just doesn't make sense to me.
I have another county client here in Texas. They're a lot larger than you are, and their philosophy is to target the 25th percentile of the market. And every year we do our analysis, their main goal is to know how many dollars impact is for everyone to at least be above the minimum of that new stated market. And the way anyone below it gets the dollars, right? And otherwise they do evaluations. They are also on a STEP program, but it doesn't work quite like yours. I don't think it's a given every time you hit a milestone marker. So the hard thing is there is no, right way to do it. There's different approaches you can do to get there. But that's where they do, but they don't have high turnover, so they're able to target that lower percentile of the market. So the dollars aren't that big of an impact to them. But, it's all dependent on, the situation there at your county.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, there's been whole books, right, Shelley, written about meritocracies versus, this type of longevity pay or earned pay. And it's just, it's tough. Sometimes it'll be good for one department, but maybe not for another. And I think that's where Commissioner Vaughn was headed, is that it always seems like, what incentive is there, right? If you're, I remember when I first became judge, someone in Dale's office, our auditor's office, found like a $400,000 error, but to our favor. And we wound up recouping those monies. And I was just like astounded, because I said, well, what are we going to do for her? And they said, we're going to tell her she did a great job. And I was like, what do you mean? I mean, what incentive is there to say, I mean, to really say, great job. I mean, next time maybe they'll just look at the error and not think twice, right? So it's hard to make the transition from the private world, where we reward that type of service, to the public world where, everybody wants to be on equal footing. So it's complex. Are there any other questions okay, Julie, you're on the line. Is there something that you would like to address, something that highlights here for you, that you want us to? I mean, you did this for a reason. You put this presentation together for us here at this time. What did you want us to take away?
Well, she's given us different. Can you hear me? This is Julie.
Just give us 1 second while we adjust
Well,
the,
she's gonna have to call me.
okay, call Tyner real quick, like.
We've stepped back in time, haven't we?
Haven't we, though?
Okay, Julie?
Hello. So what Korn Ferry has done is they've given us different options
Tell her to turn off her
of
Zoom.
the market. And they've shown us what 25% of the market, just a second. They're showing us what 25% of the market is, and they've shown us what 50% looks like, and then they have also shown us what 75% of the market looks like. And so I would recommend that we choose one of these, if at all possible, and then I would like to implement our continuance pay steps back into the system. So they've already given us a pay schedule, and they're telling us a pay group 13 should be making this, and so on and so forth, down to pay group, I believe, 22. And so going back to our current policy of continuance pay, I would like to implement the 2.5% so employees can continue to have their continuance pay and their steps. So it's a matter of finding which market we would like to go with, whether it's the 25 percentile of what the market is making, or the 50 percentile, or somewhere in between maybe. And then put back our steps and hopefully pay our employees that. And as Shelley mentioned earlier, this would be able to raise our ceiling for this group and then allow the group that got raises last year to start fitting in, and we could swap those in at a later time, maybe in the next years, to meet the market as well, to start coming into the marketplace as well.
And you've made those calculations because you've shared them with me, Julie, and what are those calculations for the P25?
What I did is I came up with that same pay group that Shelley gave us. And as I mentioned, there's the 25 percentile and the 50 percentile. And I believe the 50 percentile, if we went to that pay group and step, it would be at $2.8 million. And I believe the 25 would be, the 50 percentile would be at $4 million. The 25 would be at $2.8 million. And if we went with 80 percentile of the 25, that would be about $1 million.
Okay. I have that on my computer, I think, but I don't know if the court has those figures just for their abilities to look over. Would you send them after this call, please, to Tyner so he can get them out?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Okay, so you can see that equity costs money. And it costs a lot of money. And but you've got to do the exercise. If you're not willing to look, you'll never know. But it does give you a feel for how far off we are from the marketplace, and it gives you a feel of what it would cost to correct. And these are things that, we're just going to have to wrestle with. And it's just, you have to know what it means. And just so you know, the city of Corpus Christi, I know, has been doing the same thing. They've been wrestling with this, and they've been working on, I don't know who did their compensation study, but I know that they did one. And I know that their goal was, to meet, I feel like it was 80 or 85% of the marketplace. So they have a much larger personnel budget, and it's apples and oranges. I'm just mentioning it to say that other political jurisdictions in our community have done this. If you really want to know why we lose all our best people sometimes to other political subdivisions, I won't mention names, but we all know who they are, it's because they're at market value and they leave us. Okay, so when they're young and they're not settled in as much as some people actually like their job. I'm gonna chalk it up to, if you're here for a long time, it's that you find value here. You feel rewarded here. I'm looking at two people that I feel meet that bill. They feel like they're contributors but they could make more money other places. And that's something that we'll have to address.
Most of us like it here, Carolyn, but
Do you like your pay? I was talking about.
I was just messing with Carolyn on that one,
Yeah,
Judge.
anyway, I see, totally missed it,
Sorry.
I am so sorry, I missed that inside joke.
They were raising their hands.
Yeah, so, anyway, I guess what I'm saying is that, you know, we wanted to know, and thank you, Corn Ferry, for letting us, creating this reflection. I think that there might be some more questions after they've had time to digest what you said and look back over. I don't know, you'll make yourselves available, and Julie, you need to as well. But I'm gonna go on because it's noon and, we need to move forward, okay? But thank you again, for the presentation and for the hard work, and we'll be back in touch.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tyner, for bringing them on.
All right, thank you on behalf of Julie. Got this connected. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't know if you all feel this way, but I feel like an entire day has passed, and I'm not sure we actually got to do what we were supposed to do. But we got a lot of good valuable information from Hospital District and compensation, and I was able to sneak in the CARES Act, public comment, and, so, Dale, I think that what's required of us today is to make sure that we go over more of the tax rate stuff. And so I'm sure we all probably got your updates, but do you want to highlight the updates for us?
Yes, Your Honor, we went through some stuff. I'll have to, maybe Lisa has the information from the appraisal district on total number of values of property that was changed. But however, I revised to tab 8.
Alrighty,
P8, I should say, tab P8, which shows you the property tax on a property value. I used the value which was our average taxable value. I compared it to last year's average taxable value. In 1920, our average homestead value was $136,434.
okay,
And our current average taxable value this year is $140,917. That's an increase of $4,483 increase, or 3.29%. If you look at the taxes that we paid on that average house of 2019, 2020, it was $425.11. If we keep the tax rate as the same, it would be $439.08, or $13.97 difference. But however, I gave you all the scenarios we've had before of no new tax rate all the way up to the 8% that we've given you before, and you'll see I compared what the tax rate of the new property compared to the value you paid for in 2019, 2020. And as you see, the no new revenue tax rate does what it says for a market value as the average taxable value. So if you go to the no new tax rate, they will pay 57 cents less, which means they pay no new taxes of average taxes. But you'll see each one, then you'll go up in each value of the percentage of where it needs to go, and that's what we did for the calculations for taxes on property. Lisa, did you get anything from the appraisal district?
Still no.
Unfortunately, we've been fighting with the appraisal district day and day and day, trying to get the information. Unfortunately, they haven't provided us the information on the number of properties that maintain the value or are reduced in value, so unfortunately, we don't have that for you. But if you see the increase from the average balances is at 3.29%, and if you remember earlier when we told you the increase in valuation for the total valuation was 3.9%, so we see that there was I would assume a large majority of the houses did do some kind of an increase to get that value of an increase. So that's where we are for those new properties. We didn't change any of the scenarios that we have. They're still assuming the costs that we have that including the new positions and reclassifications that we've had before in all the scenarios. Those are some that we can take out should the court would like. On the Ks, we K1 or K2, we show you the percentages of what we estimate our budget-wise. We're showing 100% possible collection on revenue. That could be less. We're showing 95% on expenses. That also can be less. As you saw in the last 2 or 3 years, we were closer to 91, 92%. So if you drop that percentage down, then the amount of expenses go down, and our increase or decrease in the fund balance would be reflected in that changes. What we need to try to do is go through these different scenarios and see what this court's position would be, because tomorrow we must provide a proposed a rate that the court will choose, that if we decide to use a no new revenue tax rate, then we'll do the proper notices. However, if we go anything above that, we want to try to set a proposed rate and create a ceiling, which means that you cannot go higher, but you can always go lower. So we're trying to set whatever rates that y'all want to try to set to try to get a value that, try to bring in the revenue that y'all believe are necessary and what the value are, and try to set. We just now also created some more scenarios for the hospital district. At least we can pass them out. If you want to show you, before we were only giving you what their no new revenue tax was and their top ceiling of 8%.
Let me go print them out real quick.
We now have got several scenarios in there, because we're talking about possible a proposal, a rate above the no new tax rate for the hospital district, and we have some different scenarios of what additional funds we'll bring in those balances, and Lisa will get you that very soon. But that's kind of where that's the kind of position we're now trying to do, is what is the court's decision on what do we want to try to do for this? Like it was said, if we do no new revenue tax and set the value is, and we do take out the new position and the reclassifications, which was a saving about $500,000 or $600,000, and we were projecting about a $1.9 million reduction in fund balance. That would make it a $1.1 million reduction in fund balance. So, but still a loss of fund balance, and that's an issue we want to try to discuss. There may be additional cuts if we could possibly look into that as well. But that's where the position we are, and I just need to know what the direction of the court would be and how we want to proceed.
Okay.
Because tomorrow we are required to do a proposed rate, and it would be a record vote.
Right. And if I read it right, the proposed rate is not the rate we vote on, but if it's gonna exceed the voter-approved tax rate or the no new revenue, either one, high or low, as long as you take the lower, whichever is lower, we take a record vote on that.
Well, you would take a record vote regardless, whether you do a no
Okay.
new revenue tax or set a rate above this. If you go above the no new revenue tax rate, you're setting a ceiling.
Yeah.
Which means, for example, if we do 1.5%, whatever that ceiling is,
We
you
can't
can't
go
go
above
higher
it,
than that
right.
without doing more notices, more public
exactly.
hearings, but you can definitely go lower.
Right, that's what I want to remind the court, is that tomorrow, whatever we do tomorrow,
just
just
setting
know,
a ceiling.
we're just setting a ceiling. I just want you to know that. We're saying we're never going to go higher than X.
Correct.
Okay, so we don't have to decide
And
it.
that's important, because
It's very important.
I've received phone calls and text messages the last few times
Yeah.
that we've had any kind of hearings,
Yeah.
and it's always, you're raising taxes? Well, we haven't decided anything
I
yet,
know.
right? It's just presentation or numbers, and I think that's real important that the community understand that if we just set the ceiling, it doesn't mean that that's where we're gonna be at. It's just by law, the way it's created now, we have to set it.
Right, and I think what the community also needs to understand is that because of Hurricane Hannah, and I'm working, feverishly to try to figure out, what our scenario is, but we already know we have to transfer another $600,000 into coastal parks, for instance. And so, that's all Hurricane Hannah driven. That's not even a pier getting fixed or a ramp getting fixed or marine debris removal or surveys. And so it's very clear to me that we have to be very, very careful in the message that we're giving. All we're really gonna say is that this rate won't go higher than this number.
Correct. Also, on our for coastal parks, with COVID had a lot to do with it as well.
Oh, huge. In fact,
we-
you're right, it's a double whammy
Double
on there.
whammy. We had to close some of the parks, we had to close some of the
You're
RV
right.
parks for social distancing, and now we had a hurricane come in and
You're right.
destroy up here.
They
so-
gotta, and that's why I think that, you ask yourself, well, why would the legislature give you up to 8% in a disaster? Well, I'll tell you why, because they know you're gonna have a lot of expenses. And so that's why it's counterintuitive. Because you think during a disaster, you've got to save people, but they also need to be able to restore the services. And so I think it's really important how we mention that, but,
And also, as you're saying, we're evaluating the cost of Hurricane Hannah on the pier as well to see how structurally sound it is. And depending on how the state, of course, determine whether we're able for reimbursement or reclassification. So some of this cost may be the county's cost, so we need to make sure it won't affect this year because we can do a loan and we can do receivable balances, but at some point in time, it may.
right,
No,
right.
Dale, I still would like to know exactly what our expenses were, what's gonna get reimbursed. I mean, and I don't know if it's gonna get reimbursed next year or not, but what if we took out of special revenue funds or general funds that we have to reimburse? I just need to know what that amount is and.
I provided you a copy of the burn rate on Friday, that include all the expenses we've
So-
spent so far from both COVID
Yeah,
and Hurricane
I saw
Hannah.
the burn rate, but I'm just saying,
That's
That's
all the
it.
expenses we've had.
okay, so what, and the amount that we're asking for reimbursement, what is that?
Right,
I
so-
know we're not asking for the whole amount, but.
Yeah, we are.
Oh, yeah,
We're-
but we're not gonna get the
100% we are.
We
we're
just
not
sent
gonna
out
get
some
the whole
stuff,
amount,
we
but-
just sent up some requests to, Maria with all the supporting documentation for the $800,000 of CARES Acts as well as the $600,000 additional, so we're looking at trying to get reimbursement of 1.4 million at the moment.
And those are all for FEMA, or is it for CARES Act, or
Those are
what?
through the CARES Act.
CARES Act.
All of it's CARES, none for FEMA?
Right at the moment, the FEMA will be more for some more of our salary bases. All the expenses we have right now are not salary based. All the expenses we have are for equipment or for health and human services or whatever might be the case. They're not for salaries.
Let me,
So
I
what
have
happens-
I have a
what
spreadsheet
what
I
happens
can
to the
send to you.
salaries? I mean, I'm not, so what happens, what happened to the salaries? Do we ask for reimbursement for that too?
Yeah.
Yes, we will.
And not that we're gonna get it all, but I mean, we're getting
You-
asked.
you
for it.
will-
We're gonna submit it, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, another thing that I wanted to ask is, if we, I'm just trying to figure out here on these, like the medical examiner, the Caldwell Pier, Bob Hopper, can we put that, is there gonna be a big expense coming out of our budget, right?
I don't know what's about it.
For all of those, medical examiner, the Caldwell, Bob Hall, Pier, is there no way by holding that until the next budget year and do the minimum we can with it this year? I mean,
If we know that the damage occurred for the hurricane, we're gonna expense it out of a special revenue fund. We will not be expensed out of any general funds or any of the coastal park funds. It'll be expended out of our emergency special revenue fund that we will put receivables and revenue balances from a possible reimbursement with a loan from the general fund that will be paid back once the balance is returned, yes.
but there's an amount that's not gonna get reimbursed, right? I just heard the judge say a while ago that there's an amount there they're not gonna reimburse. We're not gonna,
There's a possibility, we have to reach a certain level for hurricane damages for statewide before it's considered a federal assistance, a public assistance. But I know the judges are working with our state and federal, government agencies to try to make sure that's covered. We're working with the GLO to cover everything to try to get as best we can. So, right now, we're assessing the damage. We know we received a evaluation from the port of 2.9 million. I guarantee our pier is gonna be very expensive to repair and rebuild. I know the rest of the damage on coastal parks, we're working with the city of Port Aransas, the city of Corpus Christi, other smaller cities within the county, as well as schools to try to gather their cost so we can submit everything to the state so we qualify for the amount of damage we need to have to qualify for public assistance, which is FEMA.
and that's gonna come from our special revenue fund.
Yes.
So this year, do we figure that if we're gonna have 23 or 24, we know it's gonna be less than that because of the expense?
Right now, there is no adjustment to the fund balance for the general fund. All it is a loan balance from the general fund to the special revenue fund. So right now, there is no expense coming out of the general fund for any of the damage. So there is no effect to the fund balance.
But it'd be reflective of the revenue balance?
No.
Special fund balance?
Special revenue fund, yes, not the general fund.
So really, our goal to get as high as we can, we're not gonna get there anyway because of what we're gonna spend, right?
It depends on it depends on the cost. I'm working with Melissa to get the stuff we need to file to the state to qualify for public assistance through FEMA. And once we get that, we'll file the reports. And then we just gotta go through the normal process of FEMA, however long it takes to get reimbursed. But we'll put those as receivable balances and there won't be a hit to the general fund of of any expense.
You said a key word there that we don't know how long it will take, because the experience we have with FEMA, it takes us 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 years, right?
It could be.
Yeah, let me back up here. Okay, so you asked a good question. Let me give you
Good answer.
a good answer that's solid. And I'm gonna send you this spreadsheet, because I just sent it to the city. We have the potential to recuperate about $1.4 million with no problems, okay? But as usual, bureaucracy always has hitches to it, okay? 860,000 we've already applied for. We have received to date about 160 odd.
66.
166, okay?
Right.
That 860, we've already put forth. It's gonna come back 100%. How do I know? Because I know we've allocated everything correctly, and I know the auditor's done it perfect. We have another bucket of money that's 630,000 that comes through a different source, but it's still coronavirus support, and we will have to wait, but it will come to us in short order, I think. It comes from the state to our COGS, and then our COGS apportion to us. But they gave us a pre-total, and our pre-total is 630,000. Then we got an additional 58 from another fund, and that's already secured. And then we have the election fund grant for 315,000 that we submitted. And so that one, but I'd put that on a shelf, because that doesn't really affect our spending. But overall, we should bring in 1.4 of the over 2 million that we've spent without any problems.
But that's going back to our reserve fund, right? Because that's where we borrowed from.
We borrowed from special revenue, not from,
I keep saying that one more time.
The special revenue expense
so
the
that's one.
funds, we just gave the special revenue cash from the general fund. We did not do any expense, so you will not see a fund balance. You'll see a receivable balance in the general fund and a payable balance in the special revenue.
think of it as we borrowed from ourselves.
Correct.
We acted like a bank to
Yeah,
ourselves.
I know we borrowed from ourselves, but I'm saying, but that money, it's not like it's gonna give us an extra revenue, it's just gonna go back to the special revenue fund.
That's right.
Correct.
So 1.4 is coming in. Now, the rest of those funds, we need to chase. And we can chase them. All of the personnel costs will come back to us 75, 25. Okay? 75 would be FEMA's piece of it, and it's different than asking FEMA for a dock or a pier or a building. Personnel is straight up. I mean, it just is. So you should not expect it to be outside this fiscal year that we would get reimbursed. The 25% local share is eligible under the CARES Act, which is why I've been really on a tear about this allocation form that I want the city to sign. And because you brought it up, I want to share with you that I asked the mayor and the city manager to put me on the agenda today, and they denied that request. I then sent a letter to all the city council attached with our, well, I don't know if I attached the resolution, but I said our court had passed the resolution, and I said, I want to be heard. Okay? I did hear back from Councilman Hernandez, but before I could get back to any council person, and Councilman Garza also phoned me, and Councilwoman Guajardo. Those three phoned me, okay? Nobody else did. But I didn't speak to anybody except for Councilman Garza. And then subsequently, I was able to seek a meeting, which occurred yesterday, with the mayor and the city manager and kind of their financial team. And I asked them to produce a strong reason why we have not been asked to present for consideration. And they said that they needed more time to develop their future expenses and to figure out what they had spent to date. And I said to them, you are scaring me, because if you do not know what you've spent to date, that's a problem. We have a burn rate, you have a burn rate, what is it? Our burn rate, we give it to the city every day, and they give us theirs every day. Theirs is $4 million according to them yesterday, but Dale has them as 2 million.
Yes.
So I asked Dale just moments ago to please work with them, and I asked them yesterday, and it was a amicable conversation. But what we need, Commissioner, is we need those 40% of those dollars to not only make ourselves whole, but to get through the next 5 months and to prepare our community for the next year of COVID. And that's what those dollars are for, and they run out on December 31st. And so because they run out and because you need an action plan, I asked them to please be ready for our meeting yesterday. And the best they can do is they promised me that they would get back to me very soon. So I'm going to continue to press. So I went to public comment, just when I got up, I went and I gave public comment and I read a prepared statement because it's 60 seconds you're given. 60 seconds. And they actually, when I said the last word, they said, it was like click. So I just want you to know that I'm doing everything I know how to do, including I wrote a letter to all our legislative delegation explaining the matter. And I've asked for them to intercede on our behalf, because I think the city and the county's been directed by Governor Abbott and Lieutenant Governor Patrick to work together. And I have a list of counties and cities that have been using this form and have been working together. And again, I don't blame any of the city council at all because they don't know what they don't know. And so I wanted to give this presentation. Mayor McComb assures me that I will be allowed to make the presentation, but that they weren't ready yet. So I want you to know I'm going to continue to press on. But the answer to your question is, I don't think FEMA will take long on the personnel because it's not like a thing. It's just a lot easier to look at compliance. But in order for us to make that 25% match, we need the city to give us those dollars. And like I said, it's not like a gift. It's meant for the whole population.
Sure.
So I just want you guys to know that's what we're doing. We're doing it every single day, methodically, and I guess in fairness to all of us, we're all in budget, city and county, and I know they're busy, but as I told them, today is the anniversary of 3 months since that money came down. So they've had 3 months to solve it. And I told them time's up. So they promised me within their next, I'm not sure when they next meet, but on their next meeting, they will be able to get me the numbers that I've asked for. And I have a string of emails that show the time period that we've been asking. And just so you know, I started it the right way. I had Dale get on a conversation Zoom with their financial people. I had Maria work with their people. I mean, I had everybody involved. And when I saw there was no action after 1 month, I got involved. And when I couldn't get action, I wrote to the city council. And again, they're not doing public comment in person, by the way. So the only way to do it is to be on the phone. So I'm not even face to face with anybody. But I am going to put a packet together, the same one I gave to the mayor and to Zanoni yesterday at 3:30, and I will send you guys a copy of everything I sent to them so that you can see it and also ask for your comments. But we passed a resolution 5-0 that says we want to get our 40%. And like I said, I didn't pick that number out of my head. That's how we share public health, 60-40. So, but the other thing I want to share with you, Commissioner, is that we still have the 1115 waiver program that we're trustees for. And there's lots of dollars there. If we were to need future dollars for health, like at the clinic, there might be a way to utilize those. But we need to go get the dollars that the government set aside for us. And that's the bottom line.
And it shouldn't be that difficult.
It shouldn't be that difficult, but I told them, but if you have expenses in the future that you're worried about, let me know. But under the allocation, they would get 11 million and we would get 7. And they've spent 4 to date. and we've spent 2. And the other thing is, they really have 13, because they got $2 million extra for homeless initiatives. So they got 13, they've spent 4, so they have 9 left. And I think that if they don't have a plan right now about the next 5 months, quite frankly, there is no plan.
Judge,
Yes.
sorry, apologize for interrupting. The other thing too, and, we I raised this concern when we talked about this was, gosh, we're all singing Kumbaya back then, and the concern was, would we get our money from the city? And it sounds like that's a little dicey, because when people have money in the bank and you're the one writing the checks and you don't want to write them. So my question is,
Yeah.
if they're disputing something, in the legal world in which you and I have operated before, you always pay the undisputed amount, and to do something, to show some good faith.
Good idea.
So could we at least ask them to say, look, if you're disputing what you owe us, then you owe us something. So pay us what you think we owe us, and then we reserve the right to continue to go back and talk about it, because for us to be out millions of dollars and them not giving us anything is a crock of what. So
It's a good idea.
please approach it that way.
I'll do it.
Because that is just not.
Well, that gets us whole.
Well, it gets us something to where we don't get all
To date.
mad with everybody, and this goes down a path that
Yeah.
we're, because we've got a
And-
great relationship with the city, but let me tell you, if you hold back 10 or 11 million that you owe me, that relationship's going to heck pretty quick.
And I do want to tell you something, and it's because I want to be fair. The mayor was very adamant that he wasn't trying to deny me the opportunity to speak, or he wasn't trying to be rude, that he just wasn't ready. I personally disagree, not that he was rude, or I just think that he should have given us that opportunity, because what I can tell you is that I don't believe the city council has any clue at all as to what our request is, what our future plans are. And that goes back to our beef. Look, if the 5 of us go crossways sometimes on, what are you doing over there in emergency management? What's going on? Look at the hours that we spend on COVID-19 in our meetings. And that's all in an effort to catch us up. I can totally understand how there's a disconnect. But at some point, and that point for me was last week, I'm like, you don't have a future plan. But I told him, but I got one for you. I got one. And it's written, and here it is. And here's where I think we're going to spend this money. And oh, by the way, I want us to spend this money because it's use it or lose it. We're supposed to spend a bunch of money to set us up through vaccinations for next year. In other words, it's kind of and so only the strong survive. And it goes back to,
Well, plus, if we're not going to get enough, even if we get what we think it is, and we're not going to get enough, then we've got to have that evidence to go back to the governor, to the CARES Act.
That's another reason.
We've got to be able to say.
We're short.
Look, please, Governor, don't do this way again, because we got hosed by
Yeah.
the city, or we didn't get enough, or whatever the case may be. My thought would be exactly what you just said, Judge, that probably 80% of the city council doesn't even know what we're requesting, and we need to get in front of them, and that's great. But again, hey, just pay us the undisputed amount, and we'll keep battling over the rest of it. But don't go spend, all of it, so there's nothing left to give us, because you've only given us this amount either, so.
yeah, exactly.
Pause
And
here.
and just so you know, again, in fairness to the city, they said, well, we don't want us to duplicate. And I'm like, don't worry, there's no duplication here. There's, to me, it was funny because, but like you said, and here's one other small thing, and we'll be done with it, is that, so they are totally not in a rush because they got direct deposited 3.3 million, okay? So until very recently, as in yesterday, they told me they had spent 4 million. My opinion is for almost 5 months, they've been operating in the black on COVID, right? Where we got 166,000. We've been operating in the red.
Yes.
And so I explained this to them, and their answer to me was, oh, we're going to help you guys. We're going to take care of all your HD, your health department expenses. And I'm like, okay, let's get something straight. There's no favors here. It's our money too, right? So I said, but having said that, I get it. If you want to reimburse us or not invoice us the 40% for health department expenses, I can see us working that way. And that's what I told you we got into the discussion of disaster management. I do want to say two things. While we've been talking, Senator Hinojosa actually called me, and he wants to know where we are, because he knew I was supposed to present today. And then secondly, there's an opportunity maybe for a hazard mitigation grant on Bob Hall Pier. So I guess, Commissioner Gonzalez, you opened up a very good line of questions. The answer is, I think you're going to find that when we finish this next year, we're going to be okay. But it's going to be a long process, and we're going to have to prepare ourselves for that. A horrible, long process, which is probably 1 year. But I told the city, I want us to work together because we're not, because we are together, because it's city-county health. So it doesn't make any sense to me for you to have a plan that I don't know, or for myself to have a plan that you don't know. It's all together, and we're going to make most of our money that way. But I'm not trying to take anything from them, and they're not trying to take anything from us. There's so much money, I can't even believe we're arguing about it. That's what drives me crazy. But they were not ready for the conversation, even though I started last week growling, and now I feel like they are getting their act together and they are getting ready. And Peter is very much committed, and so is the mayor. But I won't lie to you. I mean, I told him it's not right for us to go into budget and setting tax rates not knowing how COVID's going to affect us. You have to tell us. And so let's see where we are. But I think to the extent of the 2 million or whatever the burn rate is, Commissioner Chesney, I think I'll just say, hey, look, this is our burn rate, and we'll pick a date
Just give us something.
and give us that.
Show a little good faith. Come on.
Yeah, and it's not meant to be whole. It's just meant to be,
Show us a little good faith.
yeah, that's a good way to do it. So we'll pursue that. And I think that's where she was kind of aiming, Dale, with the health department.
Yes.
That's what she was aiming for. Because she said it'd be about 500,000.
Yeah.
And I said, okay, well, that's a good start. Okay, guys, Dale's got all these things. I just want to throw out something, because I know we've all been kind of waiting. Well, what do you think? I want us to at least spend a few minutes saying, what do you think? And so I'll start. Dale, what I think would be amazing is if we could end up just a hair shy of our tax rate from last year, okay? That would mean probably the 3.4% category based on your great spreadsheets, all right? That would basically be lowering the tax rate from last year by a hair based on your calculations, 3.4. That, for me, gets us out of the shortage, which I don't want to be in a shortage on fund balance. It's too dangerous for me. But I have a big concern, and I just want to make sure that we can work through it. Because it may mean 3.41 or 3.42, you know what I'm saying? It might, maybe 3.4 isn't the exact perfect, and this is why. I have a concern about the INS rate being just a hair too low to do what we need to do going into '21, and let me tell you why I'm saying that. Even if we could refinance some, and I hope we can at some point, remember we've got this jail boilers, coolers, air handlers, blah, 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 at the juvenile, at the annex, and at the jail. And if there is a borrowing on an ABM, alternate energy savings contract, there's still dollars. That goes on the INS side, right? That borrowing. There's still dollars there, Dale, that need to be accounted for. And so if I did some math, and Ernest helped me with this, don't think I really knew exactly, but if I did some math, our rate is 0.044276. Wait a second, is that right?
42176 is the current rate.
Okay, I got it, no. Hold on, I'm sorry, I'm,
Our fully funded is 0.046133.
right. I'm wondering if,
It's 0.45377.
that's what?
That's what Ernest was gonna.
Yeah, Ernest said that, but I'm saying, what's the differential between that number, hold on, and our current INS, Teresa? Did you do that for me? In other words, I was wondering what it would take to get that INS a little bit higher to accommodate what I know is coming in 2021. And the number we thought we needed, okay, and I'd have to show you, was 0.045377. And our current rate on INS is
0.04276.
0.042. So we're looking at 0.003 differential, okay? So 0.003 differential. And I need to know, Dale, we got to do the math, what does that translate to on our above the effective? If I made that adjustment, how am I looking at higher than 3.4? By how much?
This is a question that we want to do. We can definitely do the tax rate for the debt service how you want. Now, if you want the total tax rate to be 3.4%, that would reduce the general fund.
I know what I'm saying, but can I adjust it so it's like 3.415 or four? In other words,
Yes.
maybe that, you see what I'm saying?
Well, last year's tax rate is 3.42, so
Right, so if I could go 3.415,
Yes.
I'm wondering if that'll buy me enough. I got to do the math on it.
now.
But I just wanted you to know what I was thinking.
Even at 4.405377 you're talking about, is still going to use anywhere from $600,000 to $700,000 of fund balance of the debt service.
Say it again.
The fully funded direct
Yes.
rate is 0.046133, I believe is the correct number.
it.
Anything below that requires you to use fund balance of the debt service.
I know.
So anything you go less, so 0.0453 will probably make us require anywhere from $400,000 to $500,000, because at the current rate we're at, required us to use 1.2 million of the fund balance to
Right.
get to 0.42. So we're saying anywhere from $300,000 to $500,000 of fund balance to be used to get that rate for the debt service.
Unless, you're right. But
And we're fine. Our fund balance of debt service is 3.9 million,
And
so
we're
we
good.
can definitely use some.
Okay. Right. No, I'm with you. And what I wanted to say is, and I'm sure no one's really listening, or maybe if they are, they'll get a kick out of me saying it, but this one's for you, Commissioner Chesney, just to show you how people do rub off on people. I know this isn't what, I know you like the effective, but I have to be honest with you. I want you to find me a judge with a 3-2 court that looks to lower the tax rate year over year. And I'm not looking for the praise. I'm just throwing it out there, that I'm very mindful that we live in a conservative community, that we are concerned holistically about people's ability to pay their taxes, and that we also understand that we've got needs that have to be met, including the needs, quite frankly, that you care so much about, because I know you do, about peers. And, I mean, that $600,000 transfer is a big hickey. And it's bigger than all the reclasses, and almost, it's half of all of our wants. And so I just want you to know, for me, I'm trying really hard to do two things. One, live up to my commitment. Even though I didn't expect to have two disasters, I wanted to be below that 3.5. That's what the legislature wanted us to live with, and I wanted to show the legislature we could do that. And to do it with two disasters is, I just think, a big tribute to conservatism. Conservatism, is that right? Conservatism? I'm saying it wrong. Conservatism. I think it's a big tribute. And I talked to Commissioner Maras a second ago on the break, and we both, were talking about how hard it is to manage two disasters and still give value to your citizens. And so I just want you to know, the only thing I'm trying to mess around with is to make sure that when we get to the jails, that we don't cut ourselves short. That's my only concern, and I'm working to see what that number would be. But my goal is to be below 3.5, and my goal is to also see if it's possible to lower the tax rate. Anyway, that's supposed to be this Bud's for you, but I know it's not what you want, but I'm just letting you know that I think it has a lot to do with what we call compromise, good old-fashioned compromise. Because that 8% would revolutionize disaster management in this county. Like, we would be able to do what we needed to do and wouldn't worry about it. But that's not compromising. That's just, you know. So I don't want us to be a lopsided in either way. Anyway, I just
And
thought I
Judge, I
should.
appreciate that, but
I
and
just
I
wanted
think
to
you,
say
I
that.
think, I appreciate that, I really do, I appreciate the spirit in which you say that, and I will say too, I think you got, you know, you mentioned a 3-2 court, I think you got two pretty tough dudes that are on your 3-2 court that don't wanna raise them any more than you do, so I think that helps a lot too, because I think this whole court, you know, is very, very physically conservative, and goes without saying for Commissioner Vaughn, so, I appreciate it, I mean, you know, you never get what you want, that's the way life is, and I don't take it
But you
personally.
always get what you need.
Well, you know, and that, I get it. I mean, like I said, I don't take any of this stuff personally. I mean, I don't expect to win every vote. I just expect to be able to be heard. That's it.
Yeah,
So,
no, it's good. I just want you to know, there's a
appreciate it.
real will here to really help people out there. And, you know, the $13, I must have missed up because when I saw the, I thought we had said in budget workshop it was gonna be a difference of $4. And it wound up being $13 a year. So it's 3 Happy Meals. I was comparing it to one Happy Meal, but if you take the median, yeah, because everyone needs to understand it and what does money really mean to you, right? When you say I'm lowering your tax rate, but effectively, it's gonna be more than last year. Well, you say, why, how much? And somebody says, by $4. I always like to put it in terms of, what does that really mean? You cannot buy a Whataburger for $4, so I had to go to McDonald's. I had to go to the Happy Meal. You cannot. It's too expensive. $7. So it's 2 Whataburgers. Anyway, what do you guys would you all like to chime in on tax rates at this time for Dale? And I'm gonna kind of work while you're doing that on this math problem, because I really want to make sure about that, about the INS. That's the one thing that bothers me, is that I don't want to get stuck with what a great plan this is and then not be able to afford it.
And we're well aware of that, and that's why we went through all of this stuff we received from Noe. He's always telling you about trying to keep this tax rate at the 0.42 using some fund balance. And we have some room in the fund balance to use the funds, and once you have new debt, then that new debt has new requirements, which then will be adjusted to, against the rate. So we'll definitely need to look into that. We'll put some numbers together as quick as we can to do now, this is the question we might have. So we're gonna do a few scenarios of a percentage. Now, we're gonna do the total tax rate as a percentage. So if the total tax rate, including the road fund, including debt service, including the general fund, as a 3.415, or we can do each of the funds separately, because if you know the truth in taxation, when you get to the max level, you have your balances that for your general fund is at the maximum 8%, the road fund's at the maximum 8%, then the debt service can be whatever it is you want to do. So those numbers then the total won't be 8%. So that's how we need to decide whether you want 3.4 of the general fund, or do you want 3 of the total?
I got it. Okay, one other thing. Are we allowed, let's just pretend for just hypothetical, it was 3.4, because that's an easier number. We can bank as a court that 0.1%, correct?
Yes.
How did you interpret the law on the years that you could go to the rollback? Could you bank the rest of it or not? You see what I'm saying?
The new rules are,
How interesting would that be if we could bank?
Okay, so whenever you do, the voter approved.
Right.
Anything, so you have the 3.5%, anything that you save from that 3.5%.
Bankable.
You bank it and you're able to carry it forward.
Got it.
For a set number of years. However, because there's a disaster,
Right.
we're able to go up to,
8.
and y'all requested that we calculate the rate, we were
Right.
able to go up to the 8. That 8 is only for either 2 years, if your rate would have reached that, or 3 years max, and then it goes back. To your
Correct.
calculation.
But you don't get any bankable credits.
No, you get
Okay.
no
That- I didn't
bankable
think
credits
so.
by not going up to the
Got
full
it.
8.
But
I
we do,
question-
I was all excited about it, yeah.
Whenever I was in the training, I questioned that exact same thing. I said,
Okay.
hold on, so we're able to go up to the 8%. Do we get any bankable credit
They
for
said
not?
no.
And they said no.
But if we did say below 3.5, we're gonna bank those, and I just wanted the Commissioners Court to know that. It might be very small, but it's still bankable.
Bankable to where you're able to add that to your
Next year.
next year's rate
Which-
for your voter-approved rate. So if we were to.
Save a tenth.
Save a tenth of a penny, you're able to get the voter-approved rate plus that tenth of a penny.
Which then
Plus the
increases
de minimis,
voter-
or no?
No,
We don't
the-
qualify for that.
Oh, we don't
The-
qualify for that.
The de minimis is really only effective
smaller-
for small counties, so
counties,
it's
okay.
population's 30,000 and below. It's.
Okay,
it's
so it
not
doesn't-
gonna-
doesn't- darn it.
No, it doesn't really help us.
I thought that was a great.
We calculate it, but it doesn't really help us.
Okay, I just wondered. Okay, well, it's an interesting statute. I've read it again and again, and, okay, there was something else that, anybody else while I'm looking at this other calculation? Anybody else want to say something about this to Dale?
Dale, last year we had, it was a .3115, right?
0.311588, yes, sir.
Uh,
And that's the combined rate for the debt service, the road fund, and the general fund. The road fund was 0.003899, the debt service was 0.042126, and the general fund was 0.256 something. I can't remember the total numbers, but at least it has it. Last year's rate,
Last year's.
general fund.
Last year's general fund,
Okay.
adopted rate is where did it go?
1311588.
Hold on, I have too many spreadsheets. It is, the general fund was 0.265563, and then the road fund was 0.003899. Your total adopted rate for the general fund, INS, and road fund is 0.311588.
That was round two.
So yesterday, your break even was 3.35, but under your new ones, it's no longer that.
Break-even point, when we calculate the basis point on the total tax rate being 3.4%, not just the general fund, is 3.4.
Oh, it was even, 3.4?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So
3.4
that's
is
why.
a break
So
even.
we're still at the break even, okay. That's what I'm saying, and I'm not saying that I would do this, but if it would help going just a little bit higher than 3.4, maybe that gets us where we want to be in that INS at 0.045. And I got that, I did confirm 0.045 with Noe just a little while ago, but I haven't been able to read everything that justifies
You know,
it.
at 3.1 also almost give you the same thing as 3.4, right?
No, 3.1 would be way short. Let's see, let me look at three,
With the impact on 140,000.
look at
Yes.
3.4%.
Well, it's only
3.4 is your break-even point.
200,000 more, yeah, as you break even, but,
You're
I
gonna
mean, it's
tell
only
us that, right?
$200,000 more, difference.
Make me wait.
Again, anything under, just so you know, I can't even imagine any other county in double disasters that's gonna stick below the 3.5. I am dying to see who that is. Because they're gonna look at us and go, I know when I spoke at the bond rating, conference, literally people came up to me and said, please don't go and tell everybody that you're gonna keep it below 3.5. I said, I am. And they said, you're gonna kill the rest of us. And I said, well, you just need to know every county's different. You can't judge what Nueces does and say it's good for somebody else. But nobody's gonna do that because it's almost next to impossible.
And I'm thinking also the hurricane, but I don't think we got that much damages from the hurricane, other than the island, right? Other than the island, the beach, pier. I mean, it was like we had Harvey, we did real damage, right?
What's that from?
So,
Yeah, we had some small damages on the inland parks. I think Edward said we
Right.
lost half of a roof on one of his buildings. We had a little damages some other places. We didn't have a lot of flooding in the areas, which was hallelujah. Most of our damage was on the coastal parks. We lost the pier. We lost all the park benches that were out there that the Parks Division had made. So we had to, and all those street that got damaged on the
GLO
park.
is gonna pay for most of the damages, I understand, or how much are we gonna pay? Well, do we know? I mean,
Well, that's where we have to come up with the damages on the cost and submit that to the state to qualify for public assistance.
I really don't wanna raise taxes either at this time of the year, but I'm trying to really divide what's the expense we have, true expense that we can, but
But a lot of these expenses that we've had to add this year was because of COVID-related expenses. We've had to go where, a lot of remote access,
gonna get
pretty much
reimbursed,
every
so-
department got at least 1 or 2 iPads or, new cell phones that added cost.
That you're on.
And of our
Okay.
IT department had a lot of added costs for document signing, virtual courtrooms and stuff that we had to add that we're now having to pay for. So there's a lot of cost related to COVID-19 that we just can't, we have to have.
we're gonna get reimbursed for that, so.
We won't get, well, we will get reimbursed for some of it, but not a significant amount, and these are recurring costs. They'll only reimburse for a certain amount, but not recurring.
Man, I'm just kidding, I'm kind of confused right now, we're gonna get reimbursed, but not all, then we're getting all reimbursed, but then some, and, I don't know, I don't even know what we're gonna get reimbursed for, but, that's why I asked to draw that,
Can we mute that?
what expenses are we actually gonna be asking for FEMA, what expenses are we gonna be asking for the CARES Act, what,
Okay.
Can y'all mute so we can hear Commissioner Gonzalez? Mute it. Somebody's on the line talking.
Yes, it's Ernest.
Just mute your phone, Ernest.
On all the burn rate we have, you have several, extra spreadsheets on there. You'll see that we show you every expense that went through our central supply, which is purchasing, every expense that we had through a P card or through a regular AP transaction, and those are for the equipment we have that we come into the courthouse and we get scanned, that equipment is eligible. We've had a lot of other expenses that we have for our PPE, our masks, our gloves, our sanitizers, all that expenses is there. And right now, last time I checked, that was $895,000 worth of expense for our accounts payable and about $300,000 of stuff that went through our central supply, which is the gloves and your masks. So all that is qualified for reimbursement.
I'm looking here at this COVID-19, you gave us the burn rate,
Yes,
and it says personnel cost, cause is 554,000.
yes,
Zero, whatever, and overtime cost is 186.
yes.
I mean, that's almost the whole amount, but, half of the expenses, right? I mean, the one big one is gonna be the P card, and then after that will be the person department.
Yes.
And then in the other page, like, for instance, on this other one, the HANA, reimbursement, I guess, I don't know if we're gonna get reimbursement for that or not, but the 29,000 it's all overtime, personnel
Yes.
costs and overtime, so.
Yes.
I mean, are we gonna get reimbursed for that?
Yes,
For the HANA?
yes. It was a separate event, a separate disaster declaration, and we will file that through
No
our.
matter who the employee is, we're
and
gonna get reimbursed.
We will submit this, and again, we have to get our total claims above a certain level to get assistance through the federal government, but we assure that we'll probably meet the requirements, and then we'll work with grants to file the correct reimbursement requests for that. Those are all eligible for reimbursement.
Might be eligible, but I know we're gonna get reimbursed. My question is, it's always been, how much and when,
We have the documentation, and with Hurricane Hannah, it would go through public assistance, which goes through the federal government, through the TDM, through FEMA, but we'll definitely put in the request, and a lot of this was pre-storm, and they usually do 90 to 100% of the pre-storm cost, and then afterwards, it's a 75-25, as the judge was saying.
You got 2 million there, 91, 197, and then on the other one over here, another page you gave us, it says the losses. What about those losses? I mean, is those different losses, or is it?
What losses are you talking about?
2,818,703. Because it's a different number than the two.
You mean the revenue losses?
Yeah.
We have
Loss
loss
of revenue?
We've
Those
been,
we don't get back.
Well,
right now, they're still fighting it up in Washington, whether they're gonna reimburse for lost revenue.
vote.
We're trying to see whether they will or not. We're not sure. We're gonna submit as much as we can.
Yet lost revenues are not covered under the CARES Act. They're covered under the HEROES Act. And the Senate, will not act until the president gives them an indication that he'll sign it. So that's where we are. We're stuck. We're stuck on lost revenues. But despite lost revenues for the fiscal year, we still put $1.5 million towards our reserve funds. So
That's a lot of overtime for this short period.
But don't get lost in the forest here. I mean,
I'm not lost no forest, just believe me.
well,
I'm just, and I've been asking.
you're gonna
the
get
same-
the money back. We're gonna get the money back. I mean,
Then if we are gonna get it back, then we should be okay. We don't raise taxes or we lower the taxes a little bit more, right? I mean,
okay, so that's such a bigger discussion. I mean, remember, you have all of your budget challenges, right? And just so you know, because Chesney's here, you are raising taxes because the truth in taxation lending requires it. No, I mean, I don't want to be disingenuous with the guy. You know what I'm saying? No, but I'm saying to you that it's not right to say, unless you go to the effective rate, which would
yeah,
put us at a huge
If I go
railing.
3.1, it's still gonna raise taxes. I mean, you're still gonna raise some kind of taxes. 3 points gonna raise taxes. And
Well, it's all about how people use words, to be honest with you, okay? I mean, technically, anything that you bring in extra is considered a tax raise. But the reality of it is that if you're lowering someone's tax rate and they don't have an appraisal difference, you've lowered their taxes. But, you know, it requires a lot of judicious thinking on people's parts, and they don't want to think that hard. They just want to say, did you raise it or did you not? And the answer is that you can tell them you lowered their tax rate by going to about
But
3
it still raise it.
if their appraisals were higher, yes, but that has nothing to do with
You know,
you.
I think this year's all appraisals are gonna be a little higher because, that's what I'm afraid of, that most of the appraisals are gonna be higher because, I mean, just, I mean, they're higher when we don't have
Okay, well, the only way you can get an appraisal that's higher is if you added to your home or your value increased due to you living in a great desirable place and you had comparables. The people that are gonna get their appraisals higher are mainly the industry who made heavy investments in 2019. And then in January of 2020, those appraisals went up. That's what I see by studying the appraisals.
And that's why that's why I'd asked
And
Jess
that's
to
why
see
you
that
asked.
number, was to
And
see
we're
how
waiting
many-
on it.
No, I know. I'm
Yeah.
just saying, that's why that I'd asked, because if it's, you know, and that's, if both of you make fair arguments. If your valuations don't go up, then you're right. What I've seen mainly is the valuations have gone up pretty consistently over the last few years for the majority of the people in Nueces County. That may not be the case this
Right.
year. That may not
And
be. So
we have to
that's why
wait.
I asked for those numbers. And I know you're at the mercy of whoever you're asking for, but at the same time, it would be nice to know, is that 1,000 people or is that 100,000 people? Because
Right.
that's, and I don't know which one it is.
And in fairness, okay, if you really want to play the who's in fault game, you can blame the legislature. Because the legislature requires an 8% increase on appraisals in order to meet their budget, okay? So that is why you have appraisals going up, because it is required in order to meet their budget for how they fund public education. And I don't think people understand that. And like I said, we have to be very clear. Our tax rate was lower last year than it was the year before. And what we're talking about right now is lowering it again, the tax rate. What you pay in taxes is a cumulative number based upon city, county, hospital district, farm to market, and school. And so, again, that's why when Commissioner Maz said, hey, I want to be more transparent, I want to show people where their money goes, I also want to show them how good their Nueces County taxes are and what you get for them. And that's what's important. I think if you really want to help the tax rate, go fund public education and go do public comment at CCISD, because that's where you're getting hurt. You're not getting hurt here. In fact, we're doing more with your money. I'm so proud of what we've done
Explain that
here.
every time, Judge. Actually, that's the same thing I use every time.
What?
Look at CCISD, look at Delmar, I mean.
Yeah, that's where
the way
your
it is.
tax rate is high. If you want to save people
But
money,
still-
you want to be good to the taxpayer, take care of their infrastructure here. And go lobby in Austin for better funding on public schools. That's how you're gonna help a taxpayer. But right now, we've been dealt a tough hand, and I wanna make sure that we have enough dollars to meet the budget challenges. Plus, make sure we can deal with Hannah. And just so you know, Hannah could be somewhere around, you know, a couple $1 million, depending on what they will or won't cover, or it could be 20 million, in which case we'd have to go out for a borrowing or something. We don't know yet. We're waiting on those cost estimates. I can tell you we have $2 million right now worth of damage to the parking lot, and to the RV park. And you should know that. It's 1.866 million. And so those are not covered by insurance, and they're not covered by FEMA if we don't meet the threshold. So somebody's gonna have to figure out how to come up with that. Right? So I just want you to know, and then the reason we have the transfer to coastal parks is because we're gonna lose $350,000 worth of revenue from the pier, and another 120 from Michael. I'm just saying, there's probably won't lose that much on Michael Mays, but the bottom line is that there's a lot of dollars that Hannah has caused us that makes us pause, should make us pause.
And Judge, that may be, again, I'm trying to pick a fight, just throwing things out. That may be where some of those, even though the money's good right now, price-wise, some of those ABM projects maybe have to be put on hold because we may need to use some of those CO monies that we were looking at dedicating to the ABM. I think we were looking at dedicating like 9.3 million of CO money to that ABM project list of 38, if I'm not somewhere in
Right.
that range. We may need to say, let's don't do the whole 38 million right now because we may need to put some of it somewhere else and defer that a little bit. We may need to look at the medical examiner facility and say, okay, instead of spending 25 million, let's look at 10.
You mean let's do your projects and not the courthouses?
No, I didn't say the courthouse. No, I just said, I'm saying you may have to delay if we're not gonna get reimbursed. In other words, I don't wanna
Right.
keep piling on
Right.
the INS debt number either, but I'm just saying we may need to,
Yeah, there's
just saying we may need to
there's no
look
doubt,
and
there's
make
gonna be a
prior-
reshuffling of the deck.
That's all I'm saying. I'm
Right.
not-
But it was never 38 million. Remember, 38 million was the universe. What we need to take care of is the courthouse, the jail, the annex, and the juvenile are absolute musts. And
And I
so
thought
that's more like 14
And I
million.
thought some of that was already in the CIP. I was looking, I
Yeah,
was talking
yeah.
about the extra projects in the ABM. In other words, the CIP that's already been funded talks
Right.
about some of that stuff that you just mentioned. So I'm just saying,
so
we just may
you're
need to look
right.
at shuffling a little bit. And that's all I'm saying is putting it off for a year and
Yeah.
shuffling. And I'm not saying do my projects first. That's not it. I mean, I'm more than willing to, in fact, I sent you an email about, hey, do we need to look at asking U.S. Fish and Wildlife to give us a little bit of a break so that we can shuffle some of that money. And I'm not saying, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? I'm willing to sacrifice projects
Right.
in my precinct too.
Yeah.
If I
You
have
just,
to. or
you
put
wouldn't
them
want to
off.
do that, Commissioner, because the interest is running on that
I get
clock.
it. I know. I
And
just.
new administration may not think the same way that this administration.
You'd have to get an agreement writing with them,
Yeah.
right, that told all that, and I get it. And it was just an idea
Yeah,
to
yeah.
say, hey, look, I'm not trying to
No, but-
sacrifice projects everywhere. I'm
Sure.
willing to look at my precinct projects
The-
too.
The bottom line is that there will definitely be a reshuffling, but again, remember, there's not enough money in the COs to do everything. The reason the ABM project is lucrative is because it only asks for partial funding while it finances the remainder and pays you back in energy savings.
Right.
So I
Again,
think it's gonna be.
Just throwing it all out there.
It's just, yeah, I mean,
I'm not- yeah.
it's still a challenge,
I
one
get
way
it.
or another.
And I'm just,
Land and ABM.
say again?
We could do both, land and ABM, cut back a little bit for this year.
Yeah, I'm just throwing things out to look at.
Yeah, I don't, yeah.
But, my last question to Dell is, if we, I'm still looking at 311,588. If we're gonna lower the taxes, so we gotta start at that point though, right?
What's the
I mean,
question?
Because that was our tax last year.
311,588 was last year, yes.
311,588. So we say we're gonna lower the tax, so we gotta come from that point to 3, I guess? I mean, I don't know. If we
No,
could actually lower the
Commissioner,
tax.
if you'll look here just pick one, take 3.45. Take 3.45 and go to P21, and it shows you that that's 0.3116. Okay, so you know right now that 3.45 is higher tax rate than last year's. So you say, that is too high. So now you've got to go to 3.42 maybe, or 3.41 to basically get in the realm of,
We're going higher and then just try to come down, but, I mean, I would think that if, whatever we did last year, you come down from there. I mean, if you
And
wanna
that's what the
lower
judge is
tax
saying, we're
rate-
gonna try to propose a rate that's less than last year's rate of 0.311588. So we go less than that, but it's still considered above the no new revenue tax, and according to the state law, that's considered a tax increase.
Cause I was saying to give you the same kind of revenues, that's what I'm looking at, I don't know, maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing.
Do you want to speak? Judge, can Ernest Garza speak?
Yeah.
Judge, can I real quick before Ernest does? I apologize. I didn't realize we
You
were
need to
going to
go?
go this long today.
I think we're done.
No, I just needed to take my son to a physical therapist, and I think I have weighed in with my position, so Dale knows, and I don't mean to.
But
so
just to
I don't-
put it on the record, you want to see the effective.
The, whatever, what's the, how do you call it
It's
now?
called the no new revenue.
The no new revenue.
I love
tax
that
rate,
because it
yes.
sounds so horrible. No new revenue.
Right, no new revenue tax rate is what I'm putting on the record, yes, thank you. And then
Thank
and then
you.
I apologize for.
And that's fine. I think we're done, but Ernest, go ahead.
Okay, right at noon, we got help from Noe, because we've been going back and forth on the INS rate. And he indicated last year that the INS rate should have been at .044276. And right now, he doesn't want us to be dipping into the fund balance. So he's quote saying tax rate for next year should be .045377. Again, to avoid dipping into the INS reserves. And it just send us an updated worksheet. This is the new number that does create, in essence, it'd be almost $1 million injection to us. I know not everyone's had a chance to look at it, but.
Yeah, tell him we're
it's
having
wild.
such hard problems hearing him.
Hey,
Ernest.
Ernest, you're not coming in very clear.
We're not catching but like every other word, right, guys?
Okay.
Basically, you're saying, can you just repeat what you said about
Muted.
the INS piece of it?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Judge. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
That's better.
Okay. We got an email from Noe right at noon, and indicating that that our INS rate had been lower in 2019 than what he would have liked. And he goes right now by dropping the IRS rate even more for 21. This action will only put pressure on continuing the expected draws from the fund balance, and then the county's ability to fund CIPs in the future years to come, unless the court raises the tax rate significantly in future years. So he's indicating the tax rate for next year should be .045377 in order to avoid drop line as fund balance, and giving us added marginal capacity for future CIP debt. And in the closing future CIP issues, we need tax rate increases under new circumstances. So if there's something new, we've just got it known, and I'm figuring it's almost another $1 million injection if we go with that, what Noe's advising. But I know it'll affect the other part of the tax rate. That's what I'm saying. I hope you heard me.
I am. I think I'm following I think, yeah. Right. I think what we're gonna do is break up here for a little bit, then we'll get back on the phone with you, Ernest. And, I think what the court really wants is just to make sure that the INS rate is sufficient. It's pretty simple. Whatever it is, it is. And if we need to, we'll jump on the phone with you quickly so you can relay to us what Noe said. And like I said, for me, it's a matter of, did the numbers actually work out? Is there a differential between the .045 and the what is it, 442? Such that, does it
We'll have to
hurt
come up
us
some
on the?
calculations, so we want to make sure our proposed rate is below our current rate, so. Using the debt service that you're talking about, .045377, that's gonna cause me a slight reduction in one, our general fund, our road fund, we'll put some calculations
Yeah,
together.
let's just look, it's a manipulation, right, where you
Yeah.
wanna take it, but let's make sure we need it before we go there.
Yeah.
Right, I'm only gonna want it if we need it.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna round table after this. All right, guys, well, I guess I'll see you guys tomorrow for court, and we will return.
Commissioner, you still want to meet? You still wanna meet? We'd schedule a meeting, you still wanna?
It won't take me 10 minutes.
All right, no problem. Let me put this ball, so I come right over.
Okay. Thank you. Or we can do it tomorrow if you want to. Doesn't matter.
Today, give me a few minutes to put this over, I'll